Pues sí, pero... Well, time to start. I will ask everybody to take your seats, please. I'm Gabriela Ramos. I'm the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to this very important event that we are launching today on the World Philosophy Day. I see some of our member states, so I want to thank you for coming. I know that we will have more of you joining us in a minute, but I think that not to delay the program is time to wait. And I would like to start by thanking the Director General of UNESCO, who is a great supporter of philosophy and Philosophy Day. I also want to welcome Charlotte Casiraghi, who's here with us, a champion of philosophy, but our partners, and she's the head of the Rencontre Philosophie de Monaco. But I also want to say that this day is special. At UNESCO, we have celebrated the Philosophy Day for many years, or decades, I may say. But this time we make it with Les Études Lefrénois. We do it with Raphaël Saguri-Orly and Olivier Perriquet, who are here with us, and who are the director, actually, of the scientific group of L'humain qui vient, the human that comes, and of course, Alain Fleischer, president of Les Ferranois. Thank you for being here, of the Studio National des Arts Contemporains. But I also want to thank my team, because they do an amazing job in keeping philosophy alive in this very complex time, which is not easy, no? We need fast answers, we need very, very concrete decision-making in our governments, and sometimes philosophy doesn't find their way. Camille Guinet, Juan Diego Sastre, Mimouna Thier, and other colleagues here. And my gratitude to member states, as I said. The human of the future is the theme of the World Philosophy Day this year, and it's a bet that philosophy can make a substantive contribution to the challenges we face. And actually, it's core to UNESCO's mandate for social and human sciences, indeed, to try to get things right. Philosophy is also the art of living together, and this is core also to UNESCO's mandate. The ability to see the world through a critical eye, being aware of different viewpoints, and this is multilateralism at its best, in which freedom of thought, conscience, and belief are essential. Philosophy arises from the most authentic impulse of human ingenuity, which is curiosity. Curiosity is a fundamental driving force in our quest for knowledge. For Turkish philosopher Ilhan Khan, it is hard to even imagine how our intellectual achievements would have been possible without the basic motivation of curiosity. And I always tell my team, I love philosophy because philosophy is not trying to provide us with all the answers, but it's trying to put the right questions. And I think this is so important, because when you go to very many international meetings, everybody seems to have the answers, but not the right questions. Hume called it the love of truth, which has the source of all of inquiries. So it's this endeavor of trying to look for truth. And one of the themes that we were pushing for in the discussions today is also philosophy and democracy. And I think this is another angle, because we are seeing how much technologies, how more the different forces, how more divisions, how much the fragmentation of our societies is affecting our democratic outcomes. And this is why at UNESCO we see philosophy as an indispensable tool for the accomplishment of our mission, to foster dialogue between peoples, to promote mutual understanding, and to enrich the knowledge of cultures for peace. And if we want stable democracies in the future, we will need all the skills that philosophy helps to develop, such as rigor, creativity, critical thinking, and sustainability requires new way of thinking, as I said. And the fact is that I was also telling Charlotte that I'm going now to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, to try to push also humanities to contribute to the debate on the climate transition. We are all talking about taxes, we are all talking about how do we create the economic incentives, we're talking about dewiring ourselves from energy sources. The whole point is, how do we change our behavior? How do we change our relationship with the nature, with the way of thinking? And I think this is very important. Let me also ask my teams. We have a wonderful message from our Director General, so I want you to watch it, and then we will go with the proceedings. So thank you again for being with us, and let the Philosophy Day start. Is coming.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Good morning and welcome to UNESCO for this World Philosophy Days. Every year we expect impatiently this moment, which offers quite a We are waiting for the video to be shown.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à l'UNESCO.
Good morning and welcome at UNESCO for this World Philosophy Day, or Days. Every year we expect impatiently this conference, which offers us a time for breathing, for thinking, for putting things in perspective. And at UNESCO we know how needed this is.
Let's do something. We will have the Director General to close the opening session, okay? No? You have it?
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à l'UNESCO pour cette journée mondiale de la philosophie. Je devrais plutôt dire ces journées. Chaque année, nous attendons avec impatience ce
Every year we expect this conference impatiently. It is a time for breathing, for thinking, for putting things in perspective. And here at UNESCO we know how needed this is. Philosophy tools are instrumental to understand the world, hence to act on the world. Without philosophy we will not be able to define ethics of technological development, as we did here at UNESCO on human genomics, or more recently on the ethics of IA. Without philosophy, we will not be able to rethink our relationship with the living world, yet we know that we have to change it. Bruno Latour invited us to work on this, and he left us last year with the figure of Gaia. He tried to name the interdependency between humanity, humankind, and our planet. This is also our conviction here at UNESCO. In our biosphere reserves in 134 countries, 300 million men and women make this philosophy their daily life. And we will not have peace, we will not have intellectual and moral solidarity for humankind if we do not have philosophy. This is exactly the Ubuntu philosophy that is showing this with this great formula, I am because you are, and this is the raison d'être from UNESCO. In a world struck with crisis, philosophy is hence not an option or a distraction, it is a need. And the World Philosophy Day opens this time for us to think. For every single person, whatever your age, it is never early enough to start philosophy. In the next 3 days, UNESCO will be living at the rhythm of thinking around this topic of the human of the future. Together, we will question our common humankind by working on complex questions such as the heritage of colonialism, our relationship with the living world, or new technologies. You will also be working on philosophy and the other human sciences, anthropology, philosophy, arts, etc. I would like to thank every single one of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here to provide us with your perspective in order for us to think together. I would like to thank very warmly our partners essential for this event, Le Frénois and the Rencontres philosophiques de Monaco. Thank you to all of you and thank you to them. I wish you fruitful discussions and great World Philosophy Days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now let me welcome to the stage Charlotte Casiraghi, the president of the Rencontres philosophiques de Monaco, for her welcoming remarks.
Bonjour.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must say that I am very moved to have the possibility to take part with you to the World Philosophy Day here at UNESCO, and especially taking part in the opening of this symposium with Raphaël Zaguri-Orly and others. For years we have been working together in order to build in Monaco and in France a peculiar place for rencontres philosophiques, so for philosophy to meet, benevolent and looking for the right balance between the need for thinking and the need to convey to the great public. This was quite a crazy challenge, but our objective was also to rise up to this challenge. We were actually able to reach our goal thanks to exceptional support in Monaco, but also thanks to all our partners and collaborators, and thanks to our community of philosophers and all colleagues, teachers, professors in Monaco and in France. Thank you also to our loyal public. I do believe that today I am able to say with pride that we are building all together a philosophy platform that is unique in Europe. Taking part in today's meeting here at UNESCO and making sure that we have a dialogue around a question so urgent as the human of the future, given the anthropological and philosophical questions, the technological developments, and because of the new doubts, this is something that goes without saying. The Rencontres philosophiques de Monaco have one mission: promote philosophy reflection, but also political, ethical, and scientific reflection. And I do believe that it would be senseless if we were not investing in being involved with children as from a very early age and youth. At the core of our project are also events with the schools and colleges in Monaco. During those conferences, those symposiums, we are trying to meet, to understand each other, and out of them comes a lot of excitement for philosophy in its very living practice and in its requirement to convey practices and transmission. I do believe that we have developed a model that reaches the same goal as UNESCO. We want to make sure that we think, that we act, and that we intervene in the public sphere. We are firmly convinced that philosophy is conditioning our way of acting, our way of being involved, and our responsibility within society. In this very sense, cooperation with l'Éducation nationale de la jeunesse et des sports in Monaco, but also working with education, youth, hospital, public administration, health personnel around various issues, including the new challenges of technology. This is not only a pedagogical goal. We try to provide this public with the right tools in order for them to be able to act. And we try to convey objective knowledge, of course, but we try to make sure that their spirit is awake in order for them to be able to critique and to action. We try to multiply the reading of the world, the way we live together, our relationship with environment, ecology, history, community, ethics, education, and all the other issues that right now we are faced with. I am also thinking about identity, hospitality, memory, religion, war, violence, happiness, but also love. we will never neglect any issues or crises that are still upon us and that we try to decipher together. These encounters in Monaco recall us to our responsibility as a citizen, our duty to convey to the generations to come a sense of questioning the complexities and the one-way streets that we are faced with in the world. Our encounters force us to redefine our responsibility towards the next generations, but those meetings are also an opportunity for us to repair the world. On behalf of the Rencontres philosophiques de Monaco and on behalf of the Monaco permanent representation here in UNESCO, I am absolutely delighted of this new and promising cooperation with UNESCO in the framework of this World Philosophy Day 2022. Long live the human of the future. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Charlotte. Merci, c'est très...
Thank you, Charlotte. It's very important for us. Given your commitment and the impact of your action on the issue of philosophy, I'd like to talk, and I'll ask Alain to come to the stage and to deliver your introductory speech, and thank you for your support of the UNESCO in this effort.
Bienvenue.
Welcome to all of you, and thank you for your presence. First of all, as director of Le Frénois on behalf of Bruno Racine, our chairman, I'd like to thank Ms. Audrey Azoulay, President of UNESCO, for her interest in the Frénois and having spontaneously accepted to host the project of this colloquium in this beautiful and prestigious house, which is the home of women and men of all nations and cultures. I'd also like to thank for their precious cooperation Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for the Humanities and Social Guinea, and Ms. Camille Guinet, Associate of the Humanities and Social Sciences Research Program, and Ms. Kaziragi of the Rencontres de Monaco. I thank also my colleagues of Le Frénois, Stéphanie Robin, Administrator, Pascal Pronier, Head of Programming and Events, Michel Vibert, Head of Communication, Eric Prigent, Pedagogical Coordinator, and Olivier Perriquet, Head of Research. Not forgetting our longtime friend and fellow traveler, philosopher Raphaël Zagouri-Orly, who inspired this project. The French Studio National is a multidisciplinary institution for teaching, research, artistic and audiovisual production and dissemination, which will soon welcome scientific disciplines. Our pedagogical program, based on the creation of works of art with professional means, with cinema as a reference culture and digital arts as a tropism, has always linked production to speculative and prospective activity in the form of cycles of theoretical, historical, and technological conferences and colloquium, first of which, in the year of our inauguration, entitled Plasticité signe des temps, was concluded by memorable speeches by Georges Didier Huberman and Jacques Derrida. More recently, on the occasion of our 20th anniversary, colloquium entitled Le Rêve des Formes at the Collège de France, which took up the title and theme of our exhibition at the Palais de Tokyo, was concluded by Jean Nouvel, and again by Georges Didier Huberman. Throughout these years and until today, when we are celebrating our 25th anniversary, Le Frénois' activities have never ceased to put in reflection theoretical and philosophical questioning and artistic creation into dialogue at the crossroad of sensibilities and cultures, since we welcome student artists and guest artist professors from most diverse disciplines and cultural backgrounds. Each year we receive applications from some 45 countries on all continents. Artistic creation at Le Frénois has always been attentive to the major developments in our world. Thus, it seemed to us that the time had come, a time when the notion of transhumanism and posthumanism are developing, to question the future of the human being in the light of the great technological and philosophical upheavals of our time. Our title, The Human to Come, may seem affirmative and declarative, as if we were saying, here comes the coming human. Conversely, so by this title we intend to program an intense questioning, not without concern. Even more than, what is the human who is coming? What does he look like? The question would be, if we consider things even more seriously, is the human who's coming still human? We'll be paying close attention to the answers provided by the eminent experts who have agreed to be with us, philosophers, theoreticians, psychoanalysts, scientists, artists, and creators that I thank again. If we cannot ignore the fact that the worst catastrophes of the 20th century, the Shoah, the atomic bomb, followed by other horrors, occurred in the same way under the banner of humanism, it seems to me personally that the most critical, the most worrying questions about the future of the human being posed by human activity can only come from the human being himself. For instance, if we can rightly and probably too belatedly question the place of the role played by the human species in the animal and plant world and in what is commonly called nature or Anthropocene, or Capitalocene from a more political point of view, it is still up to the human to play a role in this criticism, this concern, this revolt. As for me, I believe that is man, by which I obviously mean women and men, who can still save man, with his infinite capacities of intelligence and invention, and reconcile all the living beings on our planet before it is too late. Dear friends, I'd like to mention, as I said previously, the thinking articulated at Le Frédois. You will see this in the exhibition room of UNESCO, an exhibition of 3 young artists from Le Frédois, Smith, Sophie Roland, and Hugo de Verchères. Beautiful works of art exhibited here. Dear friends who have agreed to be with us, the floor is now yours, and I'll start by giving it to Raphaël Zaghurioli, who proposed this issue. Thanks for your attention.
Raphaël.
I don't know if you come on right now or Olivier comes after you. Raphaël, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mrs. Gabriela Ramos. Thanks, Ms. Director General Audrey Azoulay. Thanks, dear Alain. The research group, The Human to Come, founded in November 2018 by Alain Perriquet and myself in collaboration with several university lecturers and international research groups, organized seminars, conferences, encounters, transdisciplinaries on the issue, abysmal issue about the human to come. I'd like to start to underline the unique character of Le Frédois, Studio National as an institution, having taken the risk, and I really highlight the risk to support and lead this initiative. Le Frédois, which is at the border of several disciplines, enabled this interrogation, powerful interrogation, and infinite. Think the human to come. I'm not sure that elsewhere this could have been possible today. We didn't cease in the past 4 years to submit the human being to the question, to all the questions. This question held us awake for those 4 years. We wanted it as open as possible and the less determined as possible in terms of disciplinary borders or in terms of ontological borders. Given the scientific and technological advances, the questions of philosophy, of anthropology, and ethics, regrouping scientists, physicians, mathematicians, neuroscientists, philosophers, historians, politologists, anthropologists, economists, writers, psychoanalysts, artists, plasticians, movie makers, we try to engage a endless thinking about the several transmutation of the human being today. At the same time questioning the human being and its definitions or determinations, the traditional ones, namely, in its determinations and definitions of and the daily work of the daily definitions, and then those to come. We invited this human, called upon him to an experience of undetermination, which is today the most difficult thing to think of. What is imposed upon us in its unthinkability. It's a human without a predetermined essence, without a definition which is given ahead of time, without a stable definition. Not someone or somebody that would come as is or as it came before. Not a subject, a mortal or created or a living. A human called to transform itself constantly, guided by an idea for which is still inadequate. This research group made the experiment of unadequation within the future of the human being. If a determination was mixed with the future, it wouldn't be a future. There wouldn't be a human history. It would already have reached its being. If there is a becoming of human, it's because it's always inadequate to the human, to itself. A human that is to come. That is the name of this colloquium. A human, so to say, who has no name and no identity yet. The human to come is not the man. The human topic is not the mortal or the living one. It's from where we have to rethink the humanity of man. It's the singularity of this project. Not only a vast diversity of personalities and theoretical fields that we wish to have a dialogue within themselves, but also the singular by its will to produce a new speech with the input of several disciplines can be informed one by the other. Hence, by creating spaces of encounter and of confrontation and of expression, we try to take the human out of the regular codes. We wanted to show how the human to come cannot be reduced to a one-way approach and Unitarian approach, but is crisscrossed by different ways of existence and an infinity of figures. From a theoretical point of view and in the practical sphere, the human to come is thought about in the multiplicity of this way of existence, where precisely each and every one is informing and altering others by giving way to a new entity in several shapes and changing its shapes constantly. The 3-4 years of research that will not be stopped today by this colloquium that is being held at the UNESCO, our institutional partner, that I wish to thank again here. I'd like to thank especially Camille Guinet, Juan Diego Sastrenova, and Maimona Tirer. UNESCO has been an active partner, very committed in the building of this event and its dimension, global dimension of its organization. I thank all the individuals who invested themselves and dedicated themselves to this adventure. Michel Vibert, Pascal Pronier, Stéphanie Robin, Éric Prigent, and obviously my friends Olivier Perriquet and Alain Fleischer. I hope this colloquium will open new doors for the research, the dialogue, and the hope of a humanity which deserves its name. And now, Olivier, please. The floor is yours. Hello, all and all. My pleasure, with my colleagues of Le Frénois and our partners of UNESCO, to welcome you to this colloquium, and I take part in their thanks. I'd like to allude to 2 points especially. First, highlight with Raphael the importance of the transdiscipline, because no discipline has a total view over this issue, the human to come. Bruno Latour, as alluded by Raphael, called mode of existence the various regimen of truth of the crafts as law, science, philosophy, art, that are one close to the other without being able to reduce one to the other. In another way, And before his death, Latour was talking about philosophy as the guardian of this diversity, insisting on the located place of the knowledge. Donna Haraway reminds us that this cannot be extracted from a point of view, but it being located, instead of being a defect of objectivity, is an asset, a quality that should be taken into consideration. And the best example, in my mind, of this kind of knowledge implicitly as located is the one put forward by the artists. If I talk about those two philosophers which are not to be introduced, it could be to put them as ages, but it would be converse to my contrary to what I'm saying. It's in support of this idea that it's about to think about the future of human being collectively. The second point I would like to raise shortly is one of the reasons why we can be motivated to think about the future of the human being. The reasons are multiple. Raphael, Zagori-Orly, and Alain Fleischer alluded to some of them. So I will here keep myself to a topic which is rather close to my field of competence, illustrating what can be a located knowledge. This example will be a good transition with the first panel, where we'll talk about the non-human and robotics. I'd like to mention one technological discovery of the 50s. It's the transistor, this little chip with this silicon that implements logical function and design smart technologies, i.e. smart when we talk about artificial intelligence. We probably all have here in our pockets devices with billions of miniaturized transistors. The last chip that has been devised by a human hand had 2,000 transistors, and it was in 1972. Those chips are ever since designed with technology which are themselves built from transistor networks they help to devise or to conceive, i.e., to say it in short, that we already have for decades lost a direct access to all of the material and software layers that are implementing our technologies, or lost the use and necessity to go on accessing them. We are today, in many ways, taking in the technological net, technological, ecological, sociological net, anthropological, geopolitical, and so on and so forth, to such an extent that it is impossible to take a simple image to unplug, as we felt we could do previously. If I mention this recent fact of the history of the sciences, which seems specialized, it's not just to laud the technoscientific progresses, but just to make you feel the speed, but also the acceleration of the technology. The non-linear changes is exactly the mathematician and the artist in me who are speaking. It's that they are difficult to encompass by a human mind. This is a feeling that you can feel, especially facing other changes that we are contemporaneous of. The climate change, to take one example, or what is happening previously at a very long time, taking time in a very short time, short enough for us to perceive and feel the effects. The 50s were less than 70 years ago, so in a time scale, same order as a human life, and this is really a kind of vertigo. The issue we're going to raise in the days to come, we will have to ask it again and again in the future, and maybe should we not stop asking this question?
Merci, Olivier.
Thank you, Olivier, and we reached the end of this inauguration phase. We will look at a video. I don't know if I said it previously. There is a translation. we have a lot of connected institutions because this conference will be broadcast in several countries. But I'd like to show you a video that we received from the younger one who wished to give their point of view on this symposium, this colloquium, with Charlotte and Raphael, who said a few things about the importance to commit the new generations in this way of thinking, philosophy namely. And I would like you to show you this video.
How we interact and coexist is highly dependent on how we socialize and the values that define our human cultures. Therefore, philosophy, humanities, and social sciences guide us in achieving a fairer and sustainable future and put human development at the heart of social change.
It is essential for UNESCO and the United Nations to promote philosophy, humanities, and social sciences because this needs to be at the center, at the core of our education.
Philosophy to me is how we can lead better lives. How can we better relate with that environment of ours?
The study of philosophy helps students improve both their ability and desire to think critically.
As humans, I believe that philosophy is important to us. From thought that influence our frame of reference to the ideas that frames our ideologies.
And we hope that for the next Philosophy Day, we will do it around La Jeunesse. Can I invite you to come, our speakers in the first session for the picture, and then we will start at 11 for the first debate. So thank you so much for joining us, and please come. Petit pause, mais vous faites ce que vous voulez. Hein. On peut rester ici, c'est bien. Mais on sort.
It's a short break. You do as you wish, but you can stay in the room too.
I start. Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. We'll start in a few minutes the human, non-human panel. Please be seated. I wish to mention some details. First, let me remind you that the simultaneous interpretation is available in this room with your headsets and online also if you join us over the internet. I will speak French and English. Do not hesitate. Use your headsets, and I'll try not to talk too fast to ease the work of the interpreters.
Est-ce qu'on a...
Do we have Mr. Becker online, who is one of our panelists?
Ça arrive? OK.
Coming soon.
C'est parti?
Is he online? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Ah, bonjour, Monsieur Becker.
Hello, Mr. Becker. Hello, can you hear me? Very well. Do you hear us? Very well, everything works fine. Thank you for joining us today. So we are the full panel. We have a speech from our Gabriela Ramos, and I'll leave her the floor and I'll switch to English.
The Assistant Director General for the Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, where she oversees the institution's contribution to building inclusive societies. Her mandate includes tracking economic inequalities of income and opportunity and promoting social inclusion and gender equality. She also oversees the Youth Support Agenda, promotion of values through sport, fight against racism and discrimination, and ethics of science, including of neurotechnology and the Internet of Things. She has overseen the development and adoption of the first global instrument to promote the ethics of artificial intelligence, adopted by acclamation in 2021 by UNESCO's General Conference. She also launched the Global Forum Against Racism to catalyze the political support that member countries have given to this cause. On gender, she has advanced several initiatives, particularly to combat gender stereotypes and biases, including in new technologies. Madame ADG, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, well, I have been with you for some time, but I'm very pleased to have been invited to this panel because the fact is that I will be learning from the philosophers, but also I wanted to share with you one experience that UNESCO had and that it was mentioned already, that we managed to get, and here I see Spain represented and many other governments, we managed to get the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And the fact is that when we think about ethics and when we think about humanities, when we think about philosophy, when we think about anthropology, we also have the digital anthropology program with Juan, who is also here with us. We're thinking about how do we position the human at the center of the debate and not the technologies. With this impressive advancement, the kind of disruption, pervasiveness, speed, at which digital technologies is inundating our lives, our societies, our economy, we sometimes feel that they have a life of their own. And we talk about that, Alain. It seems that technologies are made by themselves, and then artificial intelligence deliver outcomes that we might control or not control. We know that they are not neutral. We know that they might reproduce the biases. We know that they might give very complex outcomes, and particularly in the case of democracy, the issue of microprofiling, the issue of misinformation, and all of the things that we know can deliver negative outcomes, position us as human in this thinking that how do we deal with them? How do we manage them? How do we ensure that they deliver better for us? But as I said, as if it were an outsider. But we humans are the ones that are developing these technologies. And this is the call of the ethical reflection, that we are the ones that can shape the outcomes of these technologies. And if we are seeing that they reproduce inequalities and discrimination and the biases that we see around the world, is because we humans, the way we produce them, maybe are not putting the guardrails that need to be there to ensure that, as any other technology, can be used for good and control the downsides. And this is the proposition that I would like to make as setting the stage for this incredible panel. The question of all the pressures that we as human beings are receiving from every single area, from demographics, from climate, but one of the most important elements that is reshaping the way we think about ourselves as humans, but also the thing we relate to our societies, the thing how we connect with our close friends, or how do we create our own echo chambers in the social networks. It requires this ethical thinking, and the way we produced it in UNESCO was to first, I think Rafael said it, multidisciplinarity. The thinking about ethics was not only by ethicists. We brought the geeks, of course, we brought the engineers, because somebody needs to know about the code, like you, my dear. But we also brought the historians, we brought the philosophers, we brought all the disciplines were represented in the group, the 24 expert group that developed the recommendation. And the outcome, you would not be surprised, because the call, which is of course the ambition of the instrument, was to say, how do we ensure that the development of these technologies contribute to, first, protect, promote human rights and human dignity, and that's a call that we all make in every single aspect of our work. Ensure sustainability, because it should not be only human-centric, it needs to be planet-centric too. Ensure that there are fair and inclusive outcomes, which is not happening, because if you are not represented in the data, how come you will be considered for whatever use this is being deployed, the technologies, if the algorithm that is built is only built by male-only teams, because we know that 85% of these developments are done by male teams only, probably from the north, because the diversity is not there. We know that half of the world population is not connected to the internet. And therefore, all these elements that are just reproducing the inequalities require this ethical thinking. And I feel that for us also, philosophy, humanities, ethics is not just to try to understand better, which we need. And I have to say that with the digital anthropology, we launched this call to action. And it was amazing, because we wanted to know what the anthropology are doing with the technologies. And they're doing what we all are doing, trying to control hate online, trying to diminish attacks, discrimination, abuses, harassment. It's just using the anthropological view to understand how humans behave in the internet. So the call is there. I feel that we need more of this thinking and rethinking of how do we embed a better understanding of the impact on us humans of the technologies, but also the feedback loop between our interactions and the way they come back. Because we come to the social networks, for example, we create communities. Those communities resemble us, think like us, walk like us. And then, of course, we disconnect from those that are a little bit different. How do we ensure diversity? How do we ensure openness? How do we ensure at least that we are reflecting on these things and at the end to find better ways of handling the issues? With the recommendation, we are very pleased because we translated the ethical thinking, and this is the core of our sector, into very concrete policy commitments by member states. And I think this is what we at UNESCO would love to see, that we have decision-making in the governments, in the public sector, in the civil society, more informed from humanities. And I'm gonna leave soon. I just wanted to share with you this very important effort that we are carrying at UNESCO. But at the end, as I said at the beginning, if we don't have the insights that humanities can bring to different problems, we will have really partial outcomes, partial solutions. And we would be really lacking the richness and the very important contributions that these sciences can make. So more for you to see in our website on the ethics of artificial intelligence. We're going to go also for the ethics of neuroscience, because it's not only the technical developments as we know them, it's also the converging technologies, the voice, sound, and then now neural brains, and how do we protect our brains also from abuses. It's the additional angle, digital anthropology, and then, of course, here, the core of Philosophy Day. So great to share that with you, and looking forward to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madame ADG. Well, so I'm going to turn now to our panelists. If we can please get Geoffrey Becker back on the screen. Thank you. Alors, je vais vous présenter.
Right, I will be introducing the various speakers of today for this morning's panel. We have the Assistant Director General, but Pierre Cassou-Noguès is here with us as well. We have Geoffrey Becker, who is online, and Olivier Perriquet, who is here on my left. I will provide you with a few information of the background, the diversity, and also the richness of university knowledge, technological, technical, and artistic knowledge that are represented here. Olivier Perriquet, who is here at my left, I would like to mention that we did not plan for Mr. Perriquet to join us on this morning's panel. I would like to thank him for his contribution in this morning's panel. He was kind enough to replace not one, but two panelists who unfortunately were not able to join us here on stage. And his work is extremely relevant for all the conversations that we will be having this morning, because he provides us with an artistic perspective that was lacking in the previous program. Olivier Perriquet, you probably know him. He's an artist, a scientist with a diploma from Le Fresnoy Studio National des Arts Contemporains and doctor in bio-IT. He worked for several years as a researcher in artificial intelligence with the University of Lisbon, and then he was a laureate of Fulbright Premium at Duke in the Department of Visual Arts. He's a professor for visual arts in the School of Chalon-sur-Saône and professor at Le Fresnoy. In 2019, as Raphaël Zaguri-Orly mentioned, he co-founded the research group, The Human of the Future at the Fresnoy, that he co-chairs with Alain Frécheur and Raphaël Zaguri-Orly. His work is at the intersection of several visual arts domains, especially experimental cinema, expansion cinema, and the archaeology of media. He has several masterpieces that have been broadcasted recently, especially a performance with Julien Clos, Objet Orienté Objet. Now I will be turning to Mr. Pierre Cassou-Noguès, who's a philosopher and writer professor at the University of Paris 8. He's also co-editor of the great interdisciplinary journal Substance. He works on fiction in order to explore what is possible and the limits of the possible. Right now, he's working on the role of fiction in technological development, especially the way that imaginary is penetrating scientific world and the way that imaginary is transforming with the contact of sciences and technology. Recently, he published the book La bienveillance des machines, Benevolence of Machines, on the transformation of subjectivity and our ways of life induced by digital technologies. He also co-produced a film adapted by a film working on a dystopia. This will be the topic of his presentation this morning. Online, Geoffrey Becker, thank you very much for joining us in this hybrid form remotely. Mr. Becker is a doctor in social anthropology and ethnology at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, affiliated researcher at the Laboratoire d'Anthropologie Sociale. His researches are on robotics and AI, especially. He is working on the links between humans and machines. He started working on the procedures that allow to build humanoid robots and the mental process that are being triggered during the interaction. His works aim at understanding how smart machines question our models from an ontological viewpoint, interactional viewpoint, societal viewpoint, whatever their forms. His researches gave rise to the publication of a number of articles and also the book Humanoid, Experimentation Between Arts and Science in 2015. Well, thank you very much to our three speakers. Without further ado, I believe that I will start with giving the floor to Pierre Cassou-Noguès for his presentation.
Du coup, est-ce que vous pouvez lancer la...
Can you please start the video?
Donc, merci d'abord
Thank you to the organizers enabling us to talk in this background, in this framework. Please cut the sound. Fascinating background. And I will talk about the movie I co-directed with Gwenola Wagon and Stéphane Degoutin, Welcome to Erevan, that you can see online, which is a free adaptation of a book of machines in Samuel Butler's book Erevan. The video lasts, I mean the film lasts very long. Video lasts 20 minutes. When I have the computer, I can push on pause, so I can speak only for 20 minutes. So this is without any net, so I will be slightly offside when I will move on this video, like a hijacked video, so to speak. The human to come, the human of the future. Why show this film or this excerpt of the short piece of the film in this framework? The city that you will soon see being developed in front of your very eyes. Is it showing the world of tomorrow, or is it not? And the humans who will appear, are they the humans to come? I would like to delve on that point, because for me the philosopher, no more than the artist or the writer, cannot predict the future. Predict the future, some scientists can do it. Physics, for instance, physicists with his instruments, tools, can predict what will be the speed of the apple falling from the tree will hit the ground. Some sociologists can also predict the future. I'm asked my level of education, my gender, my revenue, and with some probabilities, I will be predicted for whom I will vote. So this is not the case about philosophy, and in my eye, the writer of the artist. So you may wonder, why am I here to discuss about the human to come? What can be the room or the place of philosophy in such a background? We can imagine, it's not the case here, a panel. I've been attending some of them with the scientists, someone working on robots, knowing exactly how robots work, and a sociologist who, with a series of processes, experimental processes, protocols, looked into the relations of the Japanese families with the robots. both have an expertise in the outcome that I do not have. So what can philosophers say against this background? So for me, philosopher can and must imagine stories. The area of philosophy and of the philosophy of technology is to interrogate the imagination of those technologies. Why? Because when we talk about robots or artificial intelligence, we don't mean only robots or AI who exist already with what they can really do, but we add to them all the robots and AI that we have imagined and that are supported by the idea we have of those AIs. And this imagination is shaping the concept of robot or of AI, but will also determine its development, because we will go towards we have imagined. So philosopher is narrating or telling stories, and through this means he is touching the machines, and he touches the real world. This city that is starting to be designed, conceived, is not the world of tomorrow. It's a world that is being drawn today, in the present days, but behind the screens. And we have to make this movie look at a very large amount of advertisements, to try to detach from those ads something, to have something appear there, something that Samuel Butler projected in this novel of 1971. The film is totally made from existing material that have been re-edited, reworked to highlight or to point at what Samuel Butler looked as an autonomy of the machines. And this is why I want to try to take a point of view opposed to the one you were devising, and that you criticize this idea to give or to think that there is a life, a self-standing life of the machines. This is what I want to try, like an assumption of fiction, enabling us to have another vision on the technological development. And if it is about to reform or to reshape our attitude regarding the technologies, this change of point of view, this disruption with the humanism, this will enable us to raise other questions regarding those technologies. In this book of machines, Samuel Butler doesn't allocate a life to machines. For Samuel Butler, machines have no conscience, no intelligence, so to speak, or neither instinct nor life. They only have a trend to extension. Do they have a conscience? If we are wondering if machines have a conscience, Samuel Butler says it's as if a vegetal, I'm slightly troubled, sorry, a vegetal looking at one of the first animals saying, oh, this will be a beautiful plant. For Samuel Butler, machines are arraigned in their own right, and by trying to attribute to them conscience or life, we erase their own characteristics to try to bring them back in our own shape or form of life. So machines have neither conscience nor instinct, neither life. It's a trend. It's a tendency to extension. And Butler shows how machines use humans to extend themselves, the machine. And those are two ways to look at the technological development. we may consider the machine as a kind of prosthesis. I mean, the vacuum cleaner is used to carry a cat better than you can do it yourself. Vacuum cleaner is done better by the vacuum cleaner than with a broom. Human being uses technology. Second version of Butler is the idea that, conversely so, it's the vacuum cleaner who's using the human being to contribute to the development of the reign of the machines. I.e., what is the human doing, or the cat here? The cat, or the human being, uses the vacuum cleaner, use it at a given time. The vacuum cleaner is broken, and the human will maybe contribute to elaborate, create, manufacture a new vacuum cleaners, because machines still need humans to reproduce themselves. But, moreover, we may imagine that machines reproduce themselves and that the manufacturing of vacuum cleaners be totally automated. But there will always be, says Butler, a human to choose to pick a new vacuum cleaner. When my vacuum cleaner is broken, I get to a shop and I will pick the nicest, most performing, most savvy vacuum cleaner, and then I bring to life a new generation of vacuum cleaner that will be more efficient than the previous one. I contributed to the development of the vacuum cleaners. The human being represents a slight alterity, a difference, participating in a process of selection among the machines. Machines, in the critical dialogue with Darwin, Butler says machines are submitted to a selection which is not natural, but going through the human being. Hence, the machines need the humans to extend themselves. And it's another vision about the technical extension or the development. We cannot believe in it, but we have to play with it in the fiction in order to try to state something about our own machines. Hence, the human being, says Butler, machines need human beings as this element in a non-natural process. Machines will take care of the humans, and the human being becomes a kind of parasite for the machines, like parasites we have in our belly that are necessary to our own life. Human being is a small element necessary to the technological development of the machines, and machines will take care of us like we take care of our flora, like eating yogurt.
What's paradoxical about this is that humans seem to be happier when they have the impression that they are caring for a being, a creature that needs them. Some scientists even claim that it's good for our health. If we take care of another being, then we feel healthier and happier. So in this imaginary city that we can see developing on our screens, machines are small and cuddly, so as to give humans the impression that they are taking care of them, and thus taking care of themselves. Machines take care of humans by seeming to ask humans to take care of them. This is a robot. It's a therapeutical robot. And the designers, the manufacturers, claim that if you stroke and cuddle this robot, then it improves the health of patients who've got senile dementia. These images are quite shocking, for me at any rate, but probably for everybody. And it's a very good example to bring in the viewpoint of a philosopher. Scientists who work for this robot company claim that if you stroke and cuddle the fur of this little robot that also sort of kind of purrs a bit like a cat when you stroke it, a sort of happy little growling sound, scientists say that this is beneficial for the patient's health. and that just the stroking action itself makes them generally happier. They get on better with the other patients and with the staff. As a philosopher, I find these images somehow shocking, but as a philosopher, I cannot contradict the claims of the scientists. Let's assume that they're right and that this is beneficial for the health of these patients. Other options could have been considered other than machines. I'm going to submit two options to you. Maybe the nursing staff could be paid to have their heads stroked by the patients. Or maybe real baby seals could have been bred to be stroked by the patients, and once they grow up, they'd have to be culled. Obviously, you have to keep having baby seals that are cuter. Are those solutions better? You need to define what we mean by better, more effective than using a machine. Probably not. And yet, these images we've just seen are somehow shocking. Why? I think it's because they're ads, they're adverts that have been made by the company that produces the robots, Parrot, and that theatralize basically the refusal of our societies to look after these frail human beings. That's what we're seeing in these scenes. Instead of looking after them, we put a robot on their laps, and then they're supposed to be happier and healthier. Erewhon also has some automatic farms. You've seen examples of this. And pets. These automatic farms are run by machines, so there are animals in them. They too are somehow violent. And yet the people of Erewhon seemed oblivious to this violence. They had the same animals as on the farm as pets, pigs for instance. And there too, the question that arises is, why is it that those images of automatic farms, including the images that we have shown you, which are not the worst, I mean, for instance, I think it was a milking machine for goats that you saw. Why is it that they contain elements of violence? There's much worse than that. There are machines, for instance, that kill chickens on assembly line. And there's ads for that machine that have been filmed by the manufacturer, and it all looks sterile and clean, although explicitly it's extremely violent. And these automatic farms include plants, obviously. In Erewhon, plants are cultivated and grow without ever seeing sunshine. They're in kind of greenhouses that produce the ideal atmosphere for their growth. The images of the plants that I'll be showing you in a bit have a kind of hypnotic character, and actually the images are quite beautiful. Machines have come between the plants and the sun. In these automatic greenhouses, plants do not see the sun at all. There you are. These lettuces growing. All their needs are met by machines. And one could even say that machines have replaced the plants themselves in the role of getting solar energy and making it available to other species. You can see an imaginary future on your screens. Plants take the sun's energy and make it available for humans and animals, either in the form of food or it being stored over the longer term in the form of coal or oil, for instance. That's what happens now. But in this imaginary city, machines have replaced plants in this role. It's the machines that capture the sun's energy and give it to the plants, and subsequently to animals and humans. So why is it that these images of plants and the sheds in which they're growing, which look a bit like online distribution, retail firms, warehouses or data centers, why is it that the way in which machines seem to be looking after the plants are not perceived as being as violent as the relationship between the machine and a frail human, or a machine and an animal? Why is this? Why is it? And I don't have an answer to that question, I have to say. Is it not the problem we're faced with today, i.e., that we do not sense violence exerted by technology when it's exerted on plants? The lettuces that circulated in this automatic farm do not seem to be appealing to me in the same way as this frail old person with the robot. And I refuse to respond to that appeal. I simply hand the old person a robot. Plants don't seem to be addressing us in the same way, but isn't that precisely the problem today? We let the forests burn down. 30,000 hectares burnt down in the Landes region of France this summer, so long as we have something to eat on our plates. There's technological optimization, and scientists who may explain that technology can help us deal with the problems arising from climate change, that we can live in an atmosphere where the temperature is 43 degrees, and we can live with a sea level that's much higher than today. And as a citizen, I may have misgivings about this, but as a philosopher, I can't really respond to what the scientists are telling me. It wouldn't be my role. All I can do is point out that other scientists don't seem to agree. But I can't really take sides in this debate as a philosopher. It's a scientific debate. All I can do is perhaps highlight the imaginary dimensions that are part and parcel of this prospect. The reign of technology and machines, which would replace the reign of plant life and encompass it as it is doing for animals and humans. And here arises the question of the singular nature of plant life. And the relationship between plants and machines, unlike the relationships between humans or animals and machines, is not perceived as violent. Sorry, that wasn't a very clear ending to that line of thought, but thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much indeed. Pierre Cassou-Noguès. I'm going to give the floor to Geoffrey Baker, who's online. Do you have your slides to show us? Yes, I can show you the slides. Can you see? Actually, not. Yes. Up you go. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me today. I'm delighted to take part in these days of discussion. It was Emmanuel Grimaud who was supposed to be speaking. I'm replacing him. He sends his apologies. He's in a remote area of an Indian forest and the connection is not good at all. Thank you for having introduced me. I have a background in social anthropology, and since 2009, I've been doing a technographical investigation that takes me all over the world, everywhere where so-called smart machines are involved. I have focused in on the study of areas in Europe, in North America, in France in particular, where I have taken part in the work of the design of robots of the ONU group, the robotics company that manufactured the Pepper robot, for instance. These are service robots. And I worked in various laboratories in France and the UK and the US, and more recently in Germany. I'm very interested in what these laboratories are doing, but also what the users do with the products. When there is a user, since 2009, what has struck me every time I talk to researchers or users is that robots generate a lot of fear and also a lot of hope. Robots are perceived as the man's best friend, but also a worst enemy, a bit like Terminator. And what I'm very struck by is that currently there's this ambivalence, and it's exemplary in a way, to the extent that you find these patterns in works of art, books written about robotics. And I think that this translates the relationship that we've had for a very long time now with these objects. I think, therefore, that it's necessary to try and think over and beyond our fears and our hopes, and to be a little bit less Manichaean when it comes to our relationships with so-called smart machines. I say this for two reasons. First of all, whatever their degree of autonomy, machines are tools. They are the outcome of human planning and imagination, and therefore they are made by the hand of man. Their flaws and benefits reflect who we are. The second reason is that technical innovation always brings with it many changes, good and bad, and I think that it's probably better to look at the effects of innovation. A question that I consider a lot in my work is, what are the effects of robotics and artificial intelligence on our societies, and how is it possible to try and predict them and prepare for them? I say try because social anthropology is not a predictive science, but they exist already. They're here in the present, and we can study them. And when doing so, I notice that AI and robotics have effects at least 3 levels. And I'd like to talk about those 3 levels today. The first level is that these technologies completely transform the way in which we as humans glean knowledge, knowledge about life and living creatures in particular, the living world. They transform the relationships that we have with our objects. We're in an unprecedented situation to the extent that our objects elicit from us feelings that I'll discuss later. And finally, the third level, these machines shape and sometimes constrain the way we organize our world and act together. And I'm going to try and give some examples of what I mean by this. I'll begin with the idea that intelligent machines have an impact on the way in which science is conducted. that may sound, when you talk about robots, it may sound very novel, but don't forget that the design of nature-like objects follows on from a long tradition, as you can see here with the duck. It's an automaton that attempts to reproduce the movements of a bird, cleaning, preening its feathers, so on. But it illustrates the process of digestion through dissolution. So it was a machine that was supposed to be capable of eating, drinking, and evacuating the product of its eating and drinking. In the 18th and 19th centuries, there was work of this type done to demonstrate the functions of living organisms that they imitated. And this is part of the competition between nature and its artificial reproduction that had an impact on science and technology on the one hand and nature on the other. And there was a definition on the frontier between living creatures and mechanical imitations, the limits between living organisms and machines. All of this tells us something of natural history that was developed by simulating vital processes, the limits in an experimental way, the abstraction, if you will, of phenomena that define life. And anthropologists have noticed that this is part of a much larger attempt to domesticate vital processes, whether it be to stabilize the representations of the living world in objects or to extend the limits of human action and to even manufacture the very humanity of humans.
So the work of scientists and researchers with robotics and AI, how do they reproduce and to what extent do they reproduce those life processes? At the Bristol Robotics Laboratory, I've seen this collaborative project with this particular robot. It is funded by the European Union. It started in 2006 with Bristol Robotics Laboratory and the research group on adaptive behavior based in Sheffield. So it's a research project based on rat observation of rats. The idea is to produce a new type of bio-inspired sensors aiming at imitating the whiskers of a rat. So we talk of imitation or mimicking, which allows the development of techniques that will be used later, for example, to enable a robot to orientate itself easily in different environments where visual sensors don't work. With whiskers as sensors, it's easier both for a machine and a rat to find its way in the dark, for example. So there are several parts, components to that robot: a head, whiskers, parts that are mobile, others that are not mobile. And all that helps researchers to better grasp the processes of artificial perception, orientation, location, mapping, or classification that do exist in a natural fashion among rodents. So this machine has actually a retroactive impact on science itself, since by studying all the circuits involved in cognition in rats, the robot is a model that allows scientists to test some hypotheses among which the fact that whiskers are a key component in the relations that rats have with their environment. Of course, this mobilizes or has to do with very complex functions and having to do with the organism that the scientists are trying to imitate. Neural circuits actually can be transposed into technical circuits, and this is a form of artificial life that does not only impact science, but also it has an aesthetic impact. When the robot starts moving and responds to obstacles detected through the whiskers, any observer would wonder, what are the principles behind all that? So it is an object that appears as a strange sum of post-biological life, but it also makes us wonder how those autonomous objects, automata, are perceived by those interacting with them. So this artificial sensitivity, can it lead us to believe that they have a life of their own? Which leads me to that second notion. At the end of the day, intelligent, smart machines do change how we relate with objects and artifacts. And they are kind of a new post-biological life species. And that's totally novel in our relationships or relations to things. This has been intriguing anthropologists for a long time because we've been faced with objects endowed with a power, some power. Often it has to do with rites, ritual actions, mythologies. I will not dwell on that. Denis Vidal did show that machines do trigger specific relations that are comparable to those that prevail in ritual situations or ceremonies. So the Aronson's project is at the crossroad of anthropology and robotics with the support of Quai Branly Museum. This project stemmed from the encounter of neuroscience researchers and the anthropologist Denis Vidal. That started in about 2010. So they built that robot. The idea was to place it among the collections, trying to mobilize or question what the sense of aesthetics is about. I got interested in that project because I really wanted to see how the public, the audience going through the museum would react to that robot. That was a very unique experience. Often encounters with humanoids take place in highly controlled environments, whereas here in a museum it was much more open, with a broader audience. So we recorded dozens of hours of filming, and we were able to analyze how people were reacting to this machine. What we did notice was that you have this effect of strangeness, otherness, that we're familiar with when it comes to robotics. To cut it short, we're quite surprised. I mean, those machines are amazing to us, but they're also very disturbing because they look like humans, and we feel uncomfortable because of that. So beyond that sense of strangeness, what struck me is that the status of the robot is constantly changing. People wonder what it is. They wonder whether it's a person or a thing. They constantly hesitate. And that is due to the fact that a robot is like a black box. So this artifact, we don't know where to classify it, where to put it, in what category. It's neither a living being, yet it is animated. It's not a person, it's a thing. It's all mixed up. No borders. We have a hard time classifying it. or putting it in a category. This is an extraordinary situation, unprecedented. So when interacting with this object, really, it's a huge mystery. So during the interaction, people want to verify, check whether this is a machine or not, and try to establish the borders of a framework. We try to do that for this interaction to happen. So the Berenson robot pertains to that reconfiguration that humans are doing with objects, reshaping our notions, particularly when the objects stand as mediators, like the seal robot is not only an artifact that we put in the arms of elderly people to compensate for the lack of human consolation, but they leverage that to engage also in a therapeutic situation with elderly people, with children, or any individual needing this therapeutic process. So those machines, when they're used as mediators, are reshaping many human activities. We see that also in the agricultural world, as we've seen with those big automated farms. So smart machines are transforming our practices, and they're reshaping the relations we entertain with humans, but also with other animal or plant species. So those systems are much broader, have a much broader impact. We have to pull out from the strictly face-to-face interactions that we imagine we can have with robots. Those systems incorporate relations and activities, and sometimes with pilots, they can trigger mechanical interactions. They can send an alert to humans working within that system. The idea is to reach an optimal level of performance, and those information and mechanical systems aim at increasing the yield, trying to create a balance, homeostasis, that allows the system to function. Everything is done and implemented to ensure the very functioning of the system. It is self-fueled, if you will. It also incorporates structural transformations that may be quite substantial, and that may vary according to the purposes they have. Another example, this is an automated farm that I visited several times with my anthropologist colleague, Séverine Lagneau. And we're working on a half-an-hour film on this automated farm. It's a dairy farm. And the roles have been redistributed, reshuffled, because the machines act as intermediaries between humans and animals. So in the way they distance the farmer from the herd of cow, which is important. So automated milking of the cows is yet one more stage in the streamlining and rationalization of milk production by integrating sensors and robot sensors that allow us to capture lots of data, along with the IT systems to process those data. But it creates a distance between the farmer, the breeder, and the animals. So the farmer can remain focused on the problematic elements identified by the system itself. The data are captured by sensors positioned everywhere in this table, and sometimes placed on the animals themselves. So the breeder, the farmer, turns into a manager, the manager that pilots everything and steers the farm from its little office and computer. The farmer, the breeder, can click on any cow to check how it is doing, in what shape it is. And there are in that stable so-called smart doors whereby the breeder can lead animals to different places according to the needs of care they have. So there is constant exchange with the IT system, sending alerts to the farmer, signaling that this animal might have a problem. A cow is limping, which might have a detrimental effect on the quality of the milk. So at the end of the day, the farmer is there all alone, working in the middle of that automated farm, and she manages like some 60 cows in that instance. So all that gives rise to new arrangements between humans, animals, and machines. And all this forms a new way of synchronizing mechanical and biological clocks so as to reach the highest yield possible. Those systems are partly automated in that the breeder, the farmer, remains in control of her production, even though the system helps them a great deal. But those production systems can also aim at complete autonomy, thus totally excluding humans from the operating of that farm. This is an experiment in spatial agriculture. It's carried out at the University of Arizona. So this is a so-called Mars lunar greenhouse. It's a survival module, 5.5 meter long. The idea is to launch this module, have it land on Mars or the Moon to integrate a broader artificial living space. This is a closed loop. It has a greenhouse that doesn't need any exterior inputs, neither air or water. It's light. It should be transported by the Orion spacecraft that is now heading to the Moon. And the installation of this kind of module was designed to be done from the Earth. And then it should be deployed and assembled by autonomous machines on the Moon, and it will supply air or water or whatever to the astronauts. This system aims at some kind of balance as well, and it is coupled with sensors, and there is an embedded computer. And it's a regulation loop that is fully autonomous. No human interaction is required. To give you an idea, this is the interface. It can work with models of artificial neurons. That's really trendy. It's being studied a great deal. And once they land, the astronauts will have only to carry out maintenance tasks. They don't need to have agricultural skills or competences. And this is becoming more widespread since those systems do exist on Earth. And the users, for example, can have a vegetable garden without being a good gardener. Those systems are sold and begin to be sold more broadly. You don't need to have a green thumb to grow a vegetable garden anymore. To me, well, those systems are very interesting because they make up a new type of hybrid community within which humans, machines, plants are integrated, or animals even. So those hybrid systems do have an impact, not only on the social and material organization, making it possible, but also it impacts how we organize activities. They imply the deployment and installation of new infrastructures and installations, but also a reshuffling of the way we operate and install things, and this mediation allows us to exert direct control on the performance. So there are mechanisms for maintaining the stability of the system. All that takes place by itself. It's a new form of social homeostasis. It's an old questions we've had with cybernetics, because it also involves some rigidity imposed on humans, plants, and animals. So to conclude, we have to remember that those intelligent, smart, mechanical, robotical, autonomous systems are in the continuity of the world before them. And they reassert the principles of everything that came before them. The difference today is that the cybernetics efforts and robotics efforts have widespread something derived from artificial intelligence. Today, we are using those objects daily, sometimes without being aware of it, like the development of smartphones made AI algorithm really widespread. We all have artificial intelligence around them or in the objects we use on a daily basis. And I think we should design methodological tools to evaluate their impact more precisely. Now we're still talking about prospective studies. And this is the purpose of these philosophy days. We have to ponder over that. It's so hard to imagine what the world to come will be made of. All right, and I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Becker, for that presentation. We've got about 50 minutes for questions and general discussion. I hope that we can have a really interactive discussion. So please don't hesitate to ask questions to the panelists. Use your microphones. You can speak in both French and English. I see someone is asking for the floor. You have the mic? Please. Hi. Nina Guapaki. I used to work for UNESCO. I work on peace a lot. What I'm worried about at the moment is to see all these wars using robots, or potentially using robots. I'm finishing a new book at the moment, and I raise these issues. The problem, however, is that there are attempts being made to create robots that have ethics. So rather than stopping this terrible development and massacre of humans, we're being told, don't worry, we will make them ethical so that they are fair and abide by appropriate laws relating to warfare. But I don't think that's a solution for the future. What work is being done on this, and how can you heighten awareness? When I worked in social sciences, there was a lot of talk about the interaction between science and politicians, researchers and politicians. I think that UNESCO can play a major role in this area, and I'd like to know what has been done in the meantime, because I've lost track of all the details of the activities conducted at this level. Mr. Becker, did you understand the question? Did you hear it? Yes, I did. So Please, go ahead. Okay, well, I'll try and answer. I'm not that familiar with the research that's conducted at this level. What I've seen in laboratories is that there's a lot of work ongoing with the backing of arms directorates or private companies that have arms contracts with governments. DARPA in the US, the DPA in France. Now, these are very diverse projects that are related mainly to mapping and localization and recognition functions with drones, terrestrial, marine, all types of drones. Regarding the armed forces, I'm speaking about France perhaps because I've discussed this with them a bit. What they want to ensure is that humans retain control. You can't have fully automated systems and implementable ethical laws that can be integrated into a machine. That's not feasible technically at the moment. And therefore, it's extremely important for people who have placed the orders, who are contracted out this research for humans to keep control. However, that doesn't rule out research on these objects' autonomy. The autonomy might involve artificial intelligence. Research is underway, but as far as I know, nothing has been fully integrated into existing objects that would make them completely in control. We have another question. Please go ahead. Hello. I am just someone who takes an interest in philosophy. The viewpoint presented today is that we can't predict the future. So let's perhaps look back in time. In your opinion, at the time of the Manhattan Project, had we had all the analytical tools that we have now and also ethical principles, would the Manhattan Project have actually led to the atom bomb? Would that have been possible? So we're looking back in time, the human of the past that's informing the human of the future. Well, philosophers don't predict the future. Can they make sweeping statements about the world? The Manhattan Project, when it was in place, did represent a dilemma for many of the scientists working on it. I've worked a lot on Norbert Wiener. It would seem that he refused to participate in the project, even though that's not entirely clear. Did the American services consider that he was incapable of keeping a secret, and therefore they said he couldn't take part, or did he refuse to take part? That's not entirely clear, but he didn't take part. That's a fact. Subsequently, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, some of his findings were used to make the bomb, and Norbert Wiener considered resigning from the MIT and stop being a scientist. For him, this was a dilemma. He decided to continue to be a scientist because of the dangers he saw as being inherent in technology, and particularly automation. And this is the origin of cybernetics, so the sum of his writings. Because of the warfare research, he saw the full potential of automation and realized that it was a dangerous danger that was as serious as the atom bomb. And to some extent, scientists had lost an ethical and political battle over the issue of the atom bomb, but there was another battle that was equally important that was going to play out and that justified carrying on doing science. Well, basically what I'm saying is I can't really answer your question, but the Manhattan Project and the atom bomb did cause a lot of soul-searching among scientists, even at the time. Thank you very much. I think there are other questions in the room. I'd like to ask Mr. Perriquet a question directly. When I saw your presentations, and I was listening also to Geoffrey Becker and Pierre Cassou-Noguès, I wasn't expecting to hear throughout constant references to our relationship with the living world and animals. Mr. Perriquet, this is also something that we see in your works, this relationship between humans and animals. Close Encounters of the Remote Kind, for instance, a video installation 2013, which shows a series of images of whales. So this is a question for all of the panelists, really. To what extent do you think that technology can bring the human of today and the future closer to animals? Just to begin, and to try and answer that question, I'd like to mention a thought experiment that was put by a cybernetician and neuroscientist, Valentino Brettenberg, who ran the Max Planck Institute for a while. The experiment was done with small robots, very simply designed. No electronics, really. These were just robots with sensors. They had a sensor to detect light. It's a thought experiment, but it's so simple to carry out that it has been carried out, and there are videos on the internet showing the experiment. You have various sources of light. He describes this in a book that he entitled Experiments in Synthetic Psychology. It was in the 80s. These mobiles have complex behavior. It would be described in mathematics as emerging behavior. It's the principle of emergence that you can find in other devices. The most usual example given, cellular automata, where you see a black and white pixel matrix that is governed by very simple rules. At each stage, the pixels will change color depending on the neighboring pixels, and this gives rise to complex patterns, and we can't prevent ourselves from interpreting those patterns. So to come back to Brettenberg's experiment, when you see these mobiles that clearly have no intention, they're very simple in their design, but you can't help but imagine that they have an actual behavior. Some of them avoid light, some go towards light, and we can't help but to project intentionality and behavior when we observe these mobiles. They themselves don't have any intentionality, of course. And with the cellular automata I mentioned, we detect complex patterns, a form of organization which wasn't predictable given the very simple rules that are at play. This is an example of this phenomenon that we recognize patterns. For instance, you see a piece of toast and you see Christ's face in it. Or we see animal shapes in clouds. Or with a smiley, you see a colon and a bracket, and we see it as a smile. So this is a kind of instinctive way humans have of seeing patterns and giving sense. to random features. So recognizing faces is something that's done really quickly, and this is significantly more rapid. And it's extremely useful in terms of our biological evolution as humans. So we're constantly projecting meaning and significance in what we see. And this is a feature that I find it very interesting, and I explore it in my artistic work. I don't know if this really answers your question regarding animals, but in the installation you mentioned, which shows white whales, beluga whales in Canada, which are swimming in a public aquarium. And we show a video on internet, and I've got a shape tracking algorithm that recognizes these shapes and then projects them as shadows on the ground. The image is metamorphosizing the whole time, anamorphosizing the whole time. So sometimes the viewer will recognize an animal, a fish-like object. These are mammals, and then at other times you can no longer recognize the shape. And what's of interest to me is what happens at that point in time, the liminal point in time, the watershed moment when you don't really know what shape it is you are seeing. And then to bring this back to robotics, I have the impression that we underestimate the personal investment the intentionality, the projection, as you call it in psychology, that you put into the relationship that can develop with non-humans, artificial, non-humans or animals. I thought that it's very interesting to see the reversal of perspective that you're suggesting. This is what happens when biologists look at symbiosis. They will look at both viewpoints, the symmetrical viewpoints of the two organisms that are in symbiosis, in order to demonstrate that what's happening from the point of view of one organism is also part and parcel of the biological interest, if you can call it that way, of the other organism. Can I come in here? I agree with what you're saying. Butler's viewpoint is that the machine has the intention to extend its domain, even though it says they're not intelligent or don't have conscience, is like a biologist who says, what can this virus do to develop? But of course, we know the virus doesn't think that way or think at all, but it's a way of analyzing what's happening and to try and see a development from a different angle. It's a kind of fiction, if you will. Regarding animals, in a way, I'm less interested in this than the relationship between machines and plants. Our reactions when confronted with the human-machine-animal relationship are clear. You see a cat playing on a vacuum cleaner, and that's cute. But the automatic farms with plants, with animals, seem to be a problem for us. And even if the designers shows us very clean pictures of cows being milked by machine, cows that maybe see a human from time to time, but not very often, and constantly surrounded by machines. Even when that's presented as great by the manufacturer, it's problematic for us. from a philosophical point of view, it really is a problem, although we're not trying to deny the narrative of the technician who tells us that these farms do not cause unhappiness in the cows, they don't generate pollution, particularly, that they do not promote the emergence of epidemics in the animals. Despite all of that, we realize that there's something wrong. But that's not the case with plants. And ultimately, the question is why? Plants don't scream, they don't call out, they don't, unlike a hen or a pig, they don't look at us as an animal would or a human would. They don't appeal to us. But machines have a very strange function with plants, that they can care for them, tend to them, just as technology can tend to animals. But they can even interfere in the place occupied by animals, the capacity to collect energy and store it. Why is it that we don't sense that this relationship between technology and plants is violent? I wonder whether this is problematic or not. Could be. Let's imagine Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark saves, in as far as possible, animals, a couple, male and female, for each animal, so that they can reproduce and survive. But plants are submerged by the floodwaters. Noah has no interest in the plants. And if we let forests burn, are we not doing the same as Noah? Why is it? And is this the real issue? Why is it that we do not feel this violence of technology over plants? It's only a question. It's not a rhetorical question. It's a question that really bothers me. But animals, I think the question is better defined, and therefore it's of less interest to me than the issue of the plants. Thank you very much. Mr. Becker, would you like to respond? Yes. Off the cuff, reacting to what's just been said. Because this really raises the whole issue of empathy, and empathy is at the heart of social anthropology and robotics, social robotics, because roboticians who make social machines, machines that imitate social patterns of behavior that might be recognized as such, and to facilitate interactions, although this doesn't really work because it's all much more complicated than they think. But there is a kind of empathy that's generated. If you see a machine fall down, if it's a humanoid breaks its arm off or whatever, then we feel sorry for the robot. And if our computer doesn't do what we want it to do, we feel something. We feel something for and towards the computer. That's a kind of empathy. So basically, we're in a relationship with these objects, which in some cases put us in a situation that's comparable to our feelings towards animals.
So this question of empathy raises a question that I'm greatly interested in. Those machines, can they eventually claim to be a species of its own? Mr. Perriquet, please. Yes, I'd like to respond to that question of empathy and animals and plants. With animals, we share a nervous system. So we are capable of hurting, aching, suffering. And empathy is different whether it applies to animals and plants. It's not evident, to feel empathetic when you cut a leaf of basil, for example, to cook with. Also, there is a third kingdom, which is the kingdom of fungi. For a long time, mushrooms were considered as belonging to the plant kingdom, and it was wrong. And now we're discovering that mushrooms are like fruit, but under the ground you have networks of mycelium that enter in a symbiosis with the plant roots, the roots of trees and plants. And the size of them is considerable, and they exchange chemical as well as electrical information, which reminds us of what's happening in the brain, in the nervous system of mammals and animals who have nerves. So, oddly, empathy could be more natural or more spontaneous vis-a-vis a fungus as opposed to a mere plant. Well, this is a very interesting question. What do you imagine another being has like you or unlike you, and on what basis? This river in New Zealand that became an object of law, it has to do with a capacity of well-being. You might say it has no nervous system, but as a philosopher, I want to be totally detached from empirical considerations. Why? Why would it be the nervous system alone that would allow me to experience well-being? As a philosopher, I want to discard that. And instead, I'd rather imagine stories or stories where flowers or a river could feel some well-being, some sort of well-being. However, one difference in the empathy we feel towards other beings, well, indeed, I have great empathy, or at least a great deal of affection for my cell phone. I love it. I always carry it with me. Often I talk to my smartphone. And if it breaks, it makes me sad, or when I see it getting older. And through a host of signs, my phone tells me with its own little voice, throw me away and replace me with another model. Or when my phone refuses to do the updates I want or do what I want, it's a way of telling me, toss me in a bin, I'm too old. And I will. It's actually like a difference between a cat and another human being. So machines or technologies leverage this capacity for empathy humans have to develop themselves into new generations of machines that keep emerging. So it's a way of using this feeling of empathy, which might be seen as problematic. Why? Because this tendency to expansion machines have, the fact that we keep buying prettier, bigger, more powerful phones, that is leading us to the edge of the cliff. All right, there is a question here. Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Does it work? The gentleman says yes. The interpreter says no, it doesn't work. We cannot hear. We cannot hear. I'm sorry. Press the button. like a technician is coming to your rescue, sir?
Maintenant, oui. Merci beaucoup. Alors, le proverbe continue à marcher. Merci beaucoup. Je suis de...
Thank you very much. I come from Spain. I'm a deputy delegate. I'm also a writer. Thank you so much for your brilliant, most interesting presentations. Thank you so much. Because, you know, at UNESCO, we don't always hear those words of wisdom. And on behalf of the Spanish delegation and for myself, I want to say it's so important because UNESCO is the only universal institution where we have the possibility of thinking out the future. Because bureaucrats stopped thinking. Bureaucrats are only busy with figures and strange combinations of semantics in order to produce some resolutions. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I have a question. Normally, when speaking of humans and non-humans, there is one concept that I haven't heard of today. This concept, this is the concept of the imaginary called singularity. Since Turing's test is the moment when you cannot distinguish between humans and machines. Kurzweil and the like, similar people said it will happen soon. But in a panel like this one, in English-speaking countries, they talk a lot about singularity. No one did today here. Is that notion of singularity of no interest to French people? I see most of you are French speakers. Or is it a notion, a concept of the past that you deem is not interesting? Pierre Cassou-Noguès. Well, this notion of singularity, the singularity is the time, the moment when machines totally replace humans and humans disappear. Butler did show that in order to expand, machines need humans. They need that sort of otherness that replaces its non-natural selection. A vacuum cleaner to develop needs a human who will choose the prettiest or the best vacuum cleaner. So Butler sees this notion like in a sci-fi movie, machines eventually totally replace humans. Humans disappear or they're downloaded into machine brains. But he says, no, we need a form of humanity that is not technological or not fully technological for technology to continue to expand. I find that quite compelling. And my idea was to follow Butler as far as possible in order to really take on Butler's point of view on technology and push it all the way. Geoffrey Becker. I would go along the same lines. I'm not an expert in transhumanism and all those currents that touch on this notion of singularity. From what I understand, there is an idea of some fusion, full merging between those technical objects and the human body. Behind this notion of singularity, I see that. And yet, for me, this fusion already took place. It's an ontological characteristic of the human, by the way. humans are technical beings and they cannot be dissociated from the technique and technologies. And to echo Michel Léry's, there is no single place where the human body is left in its natural, pristine state. It's always augmented and coupled with technologies, equipped with technologies, and also with institutions. So it's a full process, becoming a human, and it's fully coupled with technology. So I would say this notion of singularity is not that new, not that novel, after all. Pierre Olivier Perriquet. I associate singularity with the emergence of consciousness myself. Maybe it's not what Kurzweil means when he uses this notion of singularity. But the connection between humans and techniques has been around for a long, long time. But I don't think we have reached the time when we are dealing with entities that are capable of thinking, capable of feeling pain. I don't think so. It has not happened, I would say. It's still pending. It's still a question parallel to a deep philosophical question. You know, can consciousness emerge in a non-biological substrate? Where do you situate and how do you characterize consciousness? Pierre Cassou-Noguès. Of course, humans have always been coupled with technologies. We can think of Derrida talking of writing. Derrida states that we've always been writing, but yet we're not robots. We're connected with technologies, but we're not entirely technical. So imagining that we could be replaced by robots or that we could be downloaded into robots' brains, no, I don't believe in that at all. Thank you. Madam, please. Thank you for giving me the floor again. Mr. Becker raised a most interesting question, and that made me think of this other problem that I'm quite concerned with. As you know, a status of legal entity is now given to a river, for example, like in New Zealand, or other species that are not living species. And they're given a legal status. For problems they cannot solve immediately, humans tend to scotomize them. And we're now faced with a major issue, which is the landfilling of or burying of nuclear waste, radiological waste. No solution. There is not a single fully safe solution for disposing of nuclear waste. So my question is, shouldn't we grant the status of a legal entity to the Earth before giving it to machines? Because the Earth, after all, could claim it should have a status like similar to that of all other non-living species that we grant the status of legal entity to, because what is at stake here is the future of mankind, humankind, with the burying of nuclear waste. You know, just like to stop a war, we have to create ecological, because there is a war raging now, we jeopardize ecological measures by reopening coal-fired power plants. And the problem is not immediate, but the problem for the future with more and more CO2 emissions. And again, the landfilling or the burying of nuclear waste. So maybe UNESCO should look into that. Shouldn't we grant a status of legal entity to some natural entities that are indispensable for the survival of humankind? Again, you know, we have a war right now in Europe, and there are drones being used that can be equipped with AI. And this is a danger that is looming on the midterm. Thank you so much. It's too bad Gabriela Ramos couldn't be here for the Q&A session because she would have had things to say about that. I turn to the panelists. So this is, now we jump into law-related questions. Can the earth be granted a legal entity? Bruno Latour would have said it's one of its mode of existence, that legal question. It is a very interesting question, even though it's outside of this topic of this panel, strictly speaking. But it's a most interesting issue. Personally, I don't have any answer to give, you know, to voice, because I do not know. On the one hand, you might say, well, actually, it touches on multiple aspects. There are various possible statuses, but transforming into a subject of an object of law non-human beings, or is it a way to protect the human environment, or is it really a transformation of our ontology? And if it's the second option, it's a deep change of our ontology, a major transformation. Well, why not? But if it's the first option, it's sort of an artifact or a little trick, political trick, aimed at protecting a human environment, then it raises, in my view, a number of problems. One of the problems being that it's like we mock the cosmologies that would give such a status to non-humans. Because then New Zealand law is just pretending through that decision. They're just pretending. And there is a very interesting...
Geraldine Aidon, for instance, has worked on this. Why is it
namely, how could we give a status guaranteed by the law to non-human beings or things? Because it would be like granting to them something that pertains to feelings or cognition. As you know, some monkeys were erected as a subject of law, or like a river with some cognitive capabilities or ability to feel well-being. But why should we focus on the interiority, even in non-humans, and the ability to feel what I equate with interiority? But it also raises a question about law as it applies to humans, the role of interiority relative to the body, for example. It's a very interesting question, but yeah, I hesitate. I still hesitate. Mr. Becker? Yes, the question of the law applied to robots has been around for a number of years. Less than 10 years ago, it emerged strongly. You know, so granting the status of a legal entity to a robot is still being debated today. It does raise a number of issues. And to be frank, it poses a problem, in my view, in that, you know, having this approach of thinking about giving rights to robots or animals or ecosystems, natural ecosystems, we tend to place humans at the core of our concerns, whereas the relation between humans and non-humans was a way to pull away from this single focus on humans and pull away from looking only at our human world or status. So this legal issue shows that in this broad category of non-humans, we find many categories, all those that are not humans, animals, objects, bits of nature. It's problematic to me because we're merely reproducing the biases that with this distinction we had to work with and that we're trying to get rid of. Thank you so much for your answer. We don't have much time left, actually, so maybe we can take one or two more questions. Mr. Fleischer? The microphone is nearby. Ah.
J'aimerais revenir sur deux propos antérieurs. L'un, c'est la question.
I'd like to come back to what you said before. One is empathy vis-a-vis objects with no nervous system. Yet you have organisms or plants that are not doing so well. Whether they suffer or not, I don't know, but I can see that a plant goes well or not. I can see whether it deperishes.
Qui a besoin, que la machine ait besoin de l'humain, selon moi. Voilà, c'est tout.
It's humans that need to think that. Yes. Butler's perspective is a different way of looking at technological development. The term need is probably debatable and might be understood in the same way as biologists reason when they consider that a virus or a bacterium, and they sort of look at things from that virus's point of view. How can they continue to propagate? So it's a projection. It's something that's not in the machine itself, but I think what's of interest is to suggest that machines have a tendency to extend their domain. It's not intelligence, conscience, or emotion that leads to that, but there is that tendency. For instance, like a crystal that grows or a bacterium, although machines are not alive, of course. And in Butler's mindset, we have to see that this is the case without inferring that the machine has intelligence, life, or consciousness. It's a specificity, it's something new that has emerged with technology, this tendency towards extension, but without life. And the words we use, of course, are charged with connotation. They're loaded with connotations and with our human viewpoint. But perhaps we can try and work with those words and then get gradually a better grasp of this idea, which I feel is useful because it means that we see technological development from a different angle, the different prism, and at least in the film to play around with it. I tend to agree with you, Pierre. There's a kind of gravitational force that constantly brings us back to humans. It's a very strong force. Fiction, taking a completely different view of things, is a strategy to try and force us to step away from our self-centeredness and perhaps renew the language we use. When you say that a plant is doing well or not so well, that's also anthropocentric in the way we're interpreting what we see, so the question is relevant. What you're suggesting are attempts to try and move away, pull ourselves out of this gravitational force that constantly brings us back to the human. Mr. Becker, do you want to react to that? No, I don't have anything to add. And you didn't hear everything. Okay. No, I was saying I didn't have anything to add. I can hear fine. Very well. I think this brings us to the end. No, I'm sorry. There's a question. Please go ahead. Hello. Thank you all. I just wanted to take advantage of the debate to continue the beginning of the conversation that's just begun here. But if I understood well what you said, Mr. Cassou-Noguès, you began by saying that machines don't have a consciousness, but they have a tendency to extend, to expand, and they use humans to do this. But then you went from there to saying they need humans to extend their domain. And that's where we could focus the conversation. It's not the same thing. If the humans are there, they're going to use them. That's one thing. But or it's very different from saying they can't extend their domain without humans being there. Do they need anything? And are humans the only means of applying the principle of extension that you have proposed? There's a way of sort of focusing the conversation. Well, vacuum cleaners can use cats, as we saw in the images in the film. So from Butler's point of view, and it's just a fictional hypothesis, it's just a way of seeing things. Is it just humans? I think what counts really here is the otherness, the not completely technological, this otherness that makes it possible to operate a selection. Thank you. I think that this brings us to the end, unless I'm mistaken. Given the clock, it's exactly 1 p.m. I'd like to thank very warmly indeed the three panelists, Geoffrey Becker, Pierre Cassou-Noguès, and Olivier Perriquet. Huge thanks for being here, and particularly Olivier and Geoffrey for stepping in at the last minute. I'd also like to thank Le Frénois and UNESCO for organizing these 3 days of discussion and organizing the panels. I'd like to say that Camille and Juan and Maimouna have done a huge job of work organizing these 3 days of philosophy. Thank you very much indeed. Oui.
Excuse-moi, tu sais ce qui s'est passé? I was so engrossed parce que quand... Mais d'abord, c'est génial, j'ai envie de les embrasser tous. Ils parlent, ils lisent pas des textes. Voilà, donc on peut quand même... C'est passionnant, mais c'est absolument passionnant.
va préparer la modération. Le panel après, je sais même pas ce que le panélisme. C'est dommage, c'est quand même... Bon, je vais aller voir la ligne sur la...
Saluer lors des chers UNESCO. Je suis directrice, je vous avais donné ma carte et je vous avais conseillé de se prévenir d'améliorer la conscience suite à notre concept de conscience planétaire. Vous allez en parler aujourd'hui? Mais peut-être penser à M. B. Oui, vous n'êtes pas M. B. Pardonnez-moi, vous lui ressemblez étrangement. Et vous êtes... Je ne sais pas si c'est un compliment, mais j'espère que c'est un compliment. Ah oui, absolument. Et vous êtes monsieur? Monsieur Zébé. Très bien. Ah oui, je n'ai pas regardé encore. D'accord. Il ne sera pas là, monsieur? Il ne vient pas aujourd'hui. Très bien. Je continue. Pardonnez-moi, monsieur.
S'asseoir. Mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please be welcome. Welcome to this World Philosophy Day. I will not be able to welcome you better than you were welcomed this morning by the authorities, the inviting authorities. For this afternoon session, what was put forward was to discuss the humankind to come under the following perspective: after colonialism. This is, of course, a question that is contemporary, for others that seem to be part of the past, but for others this is a contemporary issue and has been for too long. In order to talk about these issues and to have a historical approach, we will go from the antiquity until the contemporary societies as much as possible. On my left, on my extreme left, and this is only a way of saying, we will have Paulin Ismar, historian specializing in antiquity in the Aix-Marseille University, so works on slavery are very well known, for instance. Then on my left, not extreme left, but just left, Sarah Mazou, sociologist, Centre National de Recherche Scientifique, CNRS. She works on issues linked to after-colonial societies. I do not use the word post-colonial, but after-colonial. As a third panelist, we will have Madame Ouria Bentouami, very well-known philosopher with the University of Toulouse Jean Jaurès. She works on these issues linked to race, gender, in a perspective that is defined by herself as post-colonial. My personal justification, and this will only be a parenthesis, as a moderator of today's panel, well, I have my place here because I took part in a project about the general history of Africa, which is a prominent project when it comes to the history of Africa. And I do believe that this project finds its due place in a day dedicated to philosophy, because since the years 60s, this is a historical objection that gave rise to the project. We wanted Africa to come out of stereotypes. We wanted to criticize the dominating tendencies in the 60s. The volume is being published and a decision was taken. We decided to continue the work and the philosophical perspective that was adopted by the former people working on this. Without any doubt, this is one of the first collections dedicated to history that underscored epistemology. We will have a section in each book on epistemology, that is a reflection on the various concepts that are being used when we are trying to talk about the history of Africa. Hence, we are very grateful for the project as itself, but we are very grateful also to UNESCO for their work on the general history of Africa. I do believe that this contributes to the philosophical project of criticizing modernity. Now, the modus operandi will be quite easy. We will have 3 speakers. They will take the floor one after the other. Unfortunately for you and for us, Mr. Achille Mbembe, for health reasons, was not able to join us this afternoon. I do believe that the speakers, the panelists who are present here, given the density of their works, will be able to provide us with enough food for thought in order to discuss those issues. Please note that simultaneous interpretation is available in French and English in the room, but also online for those of you who might be interested. Of course, you will also have the text of one of my panelists. You will receive the text by the end of our panel. Now, without further ado, we could maybe start with a debate. We will be debating this colonial issue in very ancient societies, what this can trigger in a way of thinking, and we will hear it by someone who's a specialist. Paulin Ismar will be talking on this, and you are responsible for launching the panel. You have about 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. When I was offered to reflect on this issue of the human to come, the human of the future, starting with the after colonialism perspective, I was not necessarily at ease. First, because I work on very ancient societies, Greco-Roman societies, and also because we are talking here about periods that are called now colonialism, and they had very different forms. The historians today do not actually use colonialism when it comes to those very societies. My starting point will be the following. My starting point will be completely different. Let's say that there is a principle that exists when it comes to studies about classical antiquity, ancient Greece, or even Rome. And this principle is quite alive, quite lively in the United States, but also in the United Kingdom or in part of Western Europe. And this principle calls us to decolonize classics, or decolonize classical antiquity, decolonizing the classics. This is the name of several collections and several collectives that have been existing for about 15 to 20 years. And it designates quite a large and vast research program, quite complex, that can be defined according to 3 main building blocks. First building block, it goes without saying, observing the way the colonialist rhetoric, the European rhetoric, around colonialism in its imperial dimension, but also in its racist dimension. So how did this rhetoric base itself on the antiquity reference? Because, of course, the reference to ancient Greece or to classical Rome fed since at least the 18th century quite lively rhetorics and speeches, especially when it comes to the alleged superiority of Western societies. So there is a history to be told, a history to be written in order to explain how the Greeks and the Romans slowly but surely became white, for instance. And a work was carried out around statues from ancient Greece and ancient Rome, statues that were painted, and the history of art since the second half of the 18th century decided to imagine as a white society. Reciprocally, there is another type of research program that was launched by this very same principle of decolonizing classics. Well, it is questioning the history of knowledge on antiquity and the way those knowledges in their fundamental stereotypes were actually influenced by imperial or colonial history, European imperial and colonial history. The fact, for instance, that for a very long time, Roman expansion or Roman imperialism was considered in light of what happened in the second half of the 19th century here in Europe. And then a third type of approach will be the following. And I do believe that this third type of approach is the richest one, the one that I would like to talk about today. That is to say, in the study of classical antiquity, how can we introduce concepts, questionings that stem from post-colonial studies or decolonial studies? And generally speaking, I would like to insist on the fact that decolonizing classical antiquity, well, this is difficult not to join this tendency, join this trend, especially if we want maybe to criticize a number of rhetorics that are still very present in our minds and that still use the Greco-Roman influence in order to justify the so-called superiority of Europe. When I'm saying that this rhetoric is very lively, 1 year ago, the Minister of the French Education here in France, Jean-Michel Blanquer, during an interview with Le Point or Le Figaro, I can't remember, well, he explained that we should restart, re-promote the study of Greek and Latin that will teach Europeans the cult of the truth and the beautiful, as if there is a heritage that is uniquely and specifically European. So this is quite a lively rhetoric, but yes, we do have to decolonize the classics. And at the same time, I have the feeling also that this raises a number of issues that pertain to the identity status that is glued or that is kind of linked to Greco-Roman influence in the Western world. I have the feeling that decolonizing the classics would mean that we have to read in a critical manner or reread in a critical manner the intellectual and textual tradition of antiquity as it would identify itself by principle to the fundamental texts of the Western world. This would be considered as an origin where the constitutional traits of the Western world, generally speaking, would be sent back to this. And I have the feeling that most of the time this means accepting, confirming the identity rhetoric that was built by the Western world when it comes to this Greco-Roman past, in order to turn it around in a better way, in order to make sure that we show something. That is to say, the idea that the Western world decided not to see that in their origins, but that would be of its own still. However, the risk, even with the best intentions in the world, the risk is to promote or to continue an identity risk when it comes to the Greco-Roman antiquity. And I will provide you with an example, and maybe I will dwell on this example for a few minutes. there is one main question that animates historians from ancient world, a questioning pertaining to the existence or not, or absence of, a rhetoric that would refer to race in the Greek and Roman world, to the point that some historians today do believe that during Greco-Roman antiquity, the concept of race in the long history of the Western world would maybe have been formalized for the very first time. I will give you an example. Last year, a main collective collection was published, A Cultural History of Race, with a total of 6 volumes. And from a historian viewpoint, compared with what has been written on such topics 15 or 20 years ago, well, we make sure that a world history of race actually starts in the Greco-Roman antiquity. And the publication of said volume makes sure that in the Greco-Roman matrix, we identify a rhetoric that is specifically Western when it comes to race, stating that there were moments where we can actually talk about racism in the Greek world of the classics period. Now, this debate around this issue, how can we move it forward? How can we construct it? Well, once all researchers working on this have admitted that race is a social phenomenon and not a biological phenomenon. It's an institutional fact linked to the organization of our experience produced by social links. Now, this being said, how can we make sure that we define the concept in order to make sure that it can be also applied to very ancient societies such as the antiquity Mediterranean societies? What should we do? Should we adopt a limited definition, that is to say race as it is defined in European spirit starting from the 17th or 18th century? And in such case, we will have to dwell on the idea of transmission of physiological and moral characters, but biological transfers through fluid transfer, basically. And I do believe that this is quite a limited definition, a narrow definition that will lead us to think that such a conception of race does not actually exist in the Greek or in the Roman world. Actually, there is no word in Greek or in Latin that would correspond to what today could be called race. There is no word in those two languages. And generally speaking, I have the feeling that this was the way historians worked on this. They approached collective identity in ancient worlds very often by favoring the concept of ethnicity rather than the concept of race. And I have the feeling that very often we tend to refer to Book 8 of Herodotus, where the people of Athens defined what should be understood as Greek identity, what it means to be Greek, and the members of parliament from Athens, including Herodotus, conveyed the following words. They said, well, being Greek is sharing the same blood, but also sharing the same type of cults, having common rituals, sharing a language, and sharing a number of customs. Now, from this viewpoint, we state very often that the Greeks had quite a constructivist approach to collective identity. So this idea of a blood identity, the sharing of a blood, even though we can have a biological approach of this, but it is secondary. For them, there is something else in collective identity: rituals, laws, customs. And it goes without saying that today's historians working on race in antiquity, and who are even talking about, or rather, who will be able to say something like, well, the Greeks of the classics could, for instance, have a racialist approach of citizenship. Well, those authors know very well that such a narrow definition of race is inappropriate when it comes to describing and explain the peculiarities of the ancient world. So they accept that race can be a floating concept, and if the concept of race can be used when it comes to Greece or Rome, well, it is race as a social link through which groups of populations are actually assigned to one identity based on a number of distinctions that have been thought as being natural. It means that race, in such case, is a characteristic that is quite very well determined and that is defined by the hypothesis of social links being naturalized. It means that, well, if we start from such a broad definition, then we can believe that some theories that existed in antiquity with Aristotle, Hippocrates, or other ancient geographers believe that climates construct biological and moral characteristics that are proper to some civilization. The Western world, they are vigorous, they are very brave because of the climate where they live. So we are talking here about the Greek geography, whereas the Asians, for instance, will have a lot more will to serve because of the climate they live in Asia. Of course, this is quite complex, and in the theory of climates, those theory of climates are to be applied to people in geographical regions, but it does not refer to ethnicities, because in Asia we also have people who come from Greece, for instance, whereas in Greece you only have Greek people. So the ethnicity and the moral and physiological characters are actually building blocks that are very different.
But generally speaking, one of the difficulties we're faced with is to know to what extent when we look in ancient texts, some references or thoughts that are spontaneously associated to racial thinking since modern times, like when they speak of the blood and the qualities transmitted by blood throughout the generations, when they talk about the phenotypical characteristics of this or that population, when ancient texts mention the ancestrality that is specific to a community in its relation to a territory, this ancestrality justifying the appropriation of the territory and then the transmission of a number of features from one generation down to the next. All those characteristics taken separately in antique times were part of a whole horizon of meanings, which are actually what we mean through the term race. So there is a discourse, a rational, about blood, good birth, and the rest of it, but maybe it's all about race and part of a moral and political grammar that is so different that using the word race actually doesn't shed light but darkens the notions of otherness in these societies. For example, to use the example of the best-known Greek city in the classic times, 4th, 5th century Athens, the citizens of Athens in those days considered themselves as a group of kins, a group because of a similar blood with given political characteristics, while seeing themselves as a political organization, but linked by blood as well. So what about the biological conception of citizenship, it's not really that, and there is a problematic use of the notion of biopolitical, since the work of Foucault, Michel Foucault, which has a blinding effect, as it were. In the Greek world, just like in many other societies, kinship, belonging to the same community of parents, does not pertain to a natural sphere that would come first before the construction of an artificial political world that would just be a mere convention. Like in classic Athens, seeing the citizens of Athens as brothers born from the same land, the Attics, does not exist. In Greek thinking, you do not distinguish the natural or biological sphere from a constructed and more political sphere. Actually, the notion of race appeared in the modern times with the advent of the naturalistic hypothesis. We actually have a heated debate among specialists working on antiquity, using the concept of race when talking about classic antiquity, to me is a dead end, and to many other colleagues. And it prevents us from grasping the singularity of the discourse and regimes of domination that took place in those days. The challenge is not to exempt ancient Greece or Rome from the long history of racism in the West, but it's about measuring the gap, the distance between us and this ancient world, and it should help us to bear a new look on the relationship between citizenship and race, bearing in mind, for example, the notion of slavery in ancient Greece, but they never leveraged the notion of race to enslave other people. So what is at stake is to decolonize the way we relate to antiquity, but we don't want to reproduce a relation of filiation or identity that would make antiquity the place where we were founded, we being the West. Let me remind you that the Europeans and their colonial extensions, well, we Europeans are not the natural heirs of the Greco-Roman world. And the bridge, the link we constructed with our ancient past is the result of a long and complex construction. And the way we relate to antiquity is mainly a history of a broken link or broken history, interrupted. And the European people are not the only ones who claim to have that connection, that link with ancient Greece and Rome. We've been working extensively on that for 15, 20 years in Europe. There is a very important book that was published 12 years ago. We do have what we might call a Greek Japan. There is a whole history about Japan since the Meiji era, the way Japan reflected on its own identity through Greece. There is a Japanese myth, for example. They imagine that the armies of Alexander in Central Asia might have gone as far as Japan. There was a great exhibit devoted to Greek art at the National Museum of Tokyo. This art exhibit was very impressive. The artifacts that were on display were numerous, extremely rich, and they were placed as a mirror with Japanese artifacts. So it was a history of Greek art totally different from the one we have in the West. It was not focused on the representation of the human body, for example. Instead, they would focus more on geometric patterns in ceramics, for example, pottery, earthenware. And we could underscore the importance of studies on ancient Greece in Chinese universities, for example. It takes on diverse forms, but there is almost a very rich discipline, subject matter in Chinese university, and they look at Greece, comparing it with ancient China, probably to construct some idealities, you know, looking at the West since the most remote antiquity, reflecting on what Greece used to be and mirroring it with the history of ancient China. And that led to debates that were quite political about what is actually antique or ancient democracy based on the Greek model. And we can say things that sometimes are quite difficult to say in the contemporary form of democracy. Also, I'm thinking about Bernard Morelli's book, published recently, African Literature and the Antiquity. He refers to the antique library, as he calls it, of African authors. There is a whole wealth in this relation about Greco-Roman legacy and seen from Africa. It's very interesting. So decolonizing the classics of the antiquity, I interpret that as a duty we have to provincialize the relation of Europe to antiquity, to the Greco-Roman antiquity, or it's about deterritorializing it. Taking on board that there is an ancient Greece that belongs to no one, and since it belongs to no one, it can belong to all. It's a sort of universality of this classic heritage or legacy, but it's almost negative. A negative legacy, because what we mean by classic, we talk of classic antiquity, it is what cannot be owned or appropriated as a heritage. Okay, I guess I'll stop here. Sorry if I was too long. Many, many thanks, dear Paulin. So, we've explored the Greek and Latin antiquities. I remind you of our main topic, after colonialism, the humankind of the future. We decided to have some interactivity after each speaker. So maybe I'll ask now our panelists to maybe make a connection with colonialism today. This notion of provincializing the classics, as you said, provincializing Greece and the way we view it, what does it mean for the societies of today? In those times, for example, was there something we could call colonialism and that we could go beyond? Or is it mainly about knowledge and epistemology? Well, of course, in Greco-Roman societies, there is something that pertains to the history of colonialism. And more importantly, European colonialism drew inspiration from that, if only because Roman law, which is encouraging slavery, and it's the result of the imperial expansion of Rome. So it was the melting pot of colonial law, actually. It was the beginning, the budding of European law. But from an institutional and political point of view, even though the term colony comes from Latin, there is a clear cut, a clear divide between the European colonial experience, particularly based on the distinction between the metropolis, the mainland, and the colonies, and that notion did not exist in the antiquity. So that makes a big difference, yes. So now, talking about after colonialism, what would it be then? What would that be? After colonialism, seen from that angle, from the matrix you suggested, what would it be like? In the history that you reinterpreted through the prism of, understanding the notion of race, identities, various interactions, nature versus culture, what would this humankind of the future be like? And what could those societies teach us in the way they related to various forms of colonialism or pre-colonialism? Well, if you agree, I'll be thinking about your question, and I'll answer a bit later. It's a huge question. What can those societies teach us relative to a present situation? Many things, like the discussion this morning about the relations between humans and non-humans. It may sound paradoxical, but the experience of ancient societies, particularly the experience of slavery in the Roman world, has a lot to tell us about the way we view the relation between humans and non-humans, particularly including the context of artificial intelligence. Well, I have to ponder over it, please. Well, thank you so much. You've contributed so much, and you gave us so much food for thought. Any question or comment from the audience? Please be concise and ask short and very precise questions. But if there is no question, then I'll hand over to the next panelist. A question. Good morning. My name is Attila Melo. I work in human and social sciences. I really appreciated very much your approach in your presentation. Now, maybe I didn't hear correctly, but I'd like to know whether slavery as a historic and social phenomenon, whether it always existed in all societies, including in ancient societies, the Greek and Roman societies, meaning that racism throughout history, racism was based on slavery, period, or are there other factors that influenced the emergence of racism? I mean, is slavery the very basis of racism? Since everywhere and in all societies, slavery did exist. All these societies had slaves, right? And was that the clear basis of racism? Can we say that? Well, yes, Greek and Roman societies had lots of slaves. And for a long time, and rightly so, we did think, we believe that it's true, they were the first societies that rested on massive slavery, the massive use of slavery, and they never needed to legitimize slavery with a racist-like discourse. They always practiced slavery. Now we can rebuild history from modern times. There is a consensus among researchers to show that the racial European thought grew in close relation with the Atlantic trading of slaves, the slave trade. When the Portuguese and Spaniards reached the Horn of Africa at the end of the 15th century, it was not in the name of race that they bought a number of slaves that they then deported to the Americas. So it's only gradually that the notion of race became a rationale to justify this type of exploitation, knowing that in all medieval or antique theories, Thomas d'Aquin, Augustin, Aristotle, what justified slavery was simply the right that the winner has over the prisoners they took. They owe them their life and they make them slaves. But then they bought slaves that were never war prisoners. From a normative standpoint, it's a novel situation, totally. And there is an Iberic matrix, though, you know, around the elaboration of racial thinking. It's very specific to Spain of the second half of the 16th century, and gradually we saw the emergence of a rationale and discourse on race that justified slavery and the trade slave across the Atlantic. Now,
européenne, euro-américaine, qui lie étroitement la race et l'esclavage et qui fait quand même, je crois, historiquement.
Which associates race with slavery, race being the consequence of what the remnants of slavery. This is a very historical point of view, but I think Sarah will be able to develop. It depends how you define race. Of course, race exists, it exists now, but perhaps with a different definition without the notion of slavery. But if you try to have a fairly narrow definition of what race is and how this fits in with the notion of slavery, there's something specific in the European world, which is not encountered in the worlds which also had slavery, the Arabo-Muslim world, for instance, where there were various slave trades in the Sahel and the rest of Africa. There were major slave trades, but it wasn't racialized. Thank you very much, Paulin. Some will be frustrated, but keep your questions and comments for later. You will have an opportunity to step in. We're going now to listen to a sociologist who will look at issues from a more synchronous angle, with questions related to what some people call coloniality, discrimination, discussions around various categories to describe certain patterns of behavior or situation. Sarah, thank you. I think that I can segue in neatly here, following on from the last question, and what's at stake compared to today when we talk about race, racialization, and the way in which the colonial past and its prolongation after the organization in the strict sense of the word of colonial societies and how this is continued today. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, obviously. And as a sociologist, I will indeed talk a little bit more about what's happening today and this after colonialism, by which I mean the continuity and what is different compared to earlier times. The question being, at what point in time, when you work on racial issues today in the French and the broader European context, when you say something is colonial, does it add anything to an analysis of the situation? If so, what? So I'm thinking in terms of continuity and also trying to be attentive and avoid the pitfall of anachronism. First of all, what is it that I study? I have studied mainly the situation in France regarding the notion of the other in the Republican context on the basis of two policies which initially are different from each other. The fight against racial discrimination at the end of the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s in France, there was a formalization of racial discrimination. It was tricky given the Republican context, which defines itself as being blind to any differences and doesn't describe discriminations directly as being based on race, although at the same time there was a process recognizing their social existence. And the second policy is the policy of incorporating into the nation foreigners who are born abroad. So two different policy sets, but they are linked because it's hard for the French Republic to recognize racial discrimination, and therefore those who felt they were victims of discrimination focused on nationality and the idea of integration into French society. It was hard to recognize the process of racialization that might give birth to racial discrimination, as I said, and therefore the procedure of naturalization, of acquiring citizenship, was foregrounded, although racialization itself was pushed to the background. And yet it was very present and integral part of the whole process of acquiring citizenship and is actually very present. And that's still the case today. I then broadened my focus and looked at other countries in Europe, and in particular Germany, working either on the more practical facet of naturalization, nationalization policies, or the way in which policies to fight discrimination in various contexts are formalized, whether you refer directly to racial discrimination or not. And one final point regarding my background, I walk ethnographically as well, by which I mean everything that I do is based on in-depth investigation through interviews, real immersion, so that I can get a sense of how the situation is shaped in concrete terms today. So, race now. One of the key elements to understand the theoretical framework of my work is the issue of racialization and the idea of working on the way in which today, in today's societies which define themselves as not being racist, there are forms of hierarchization, a hierarchy based on race. Some groups are considered to be radically other, inferior, a threat to cultural homogeneity, and perhaps even to be a risk of undermining moral excellence. So these ideas are still prevalent. And how's this played out today? This whole notion of racialization is used to make explicit and to problematize, to show how there is still race produced in societies which think that racism is a thing of the past. and that there is no longer any overtly racist discrimination. And this is the context in which the critical notion of race is operational. In the work that I do, I recognize that race does exist in the biological sense of the word, but what I'm trying to do really is to show how currently there's a process of hierarchy generation which is still unfolding on the basis of race. And the reason we still use these terms is there is a direct link to a past when racism played a structuring and central role in the very organization, both politically and socially, of our societies and human groups. I'd just like to remind everybody that when we take a critical look at race and racism, we talk about race in the singular because we want to unpick the mechanisms that give rise to these hierarchy-based discriminations and not to enter into racist discourse which fixes the hierarchy for the various groups. So we want to identify the mechanisms that generate inequalities and not to go along with forms of categorization that result from that. And what's at stake here, obviously, is to work within a specific context and acknowledge that context. In other words, to show which history is relevant, slavery, the imperial colonization in our case, and how they are referred to implicitly or explicitly. We result from that history, whether we live in the countries that colonized or in the former colonies. And at the same time, we have to assume that these are processes that create hierarchies, and these are formalized in all societies. And this is where the racial issue is distinctive from the colonial issue in broader terms. Because in human societies, various forms of hierarchization are used: money, forms of sexuality, gender, race, and many other principles. Race is one of those principles. And it's important to see exactly where race is located, quite apart from the colonial experience, and then see what was added in addition by the colonial experience. Areas which I don't study specifically but help us look beyond the European and French context. You could consider the situation in India, for instance. What role is played with castes, and what's the interlinkage between caste and race? The higher castes consider that they are different in forms that have a racist facet because of the phenotype, the color of their skin. They consider they're paler, and how all this pans out still today. And then consider the impact or the role or the way in which the colonial experience has impacted this. You could say much the same regarding the emphasis put on light skin in the Japanese colonial expeditions and ideology. There too we see that there's a close link established between what is racial on the one hand and colonial on the other. So I've just given some examples which show how the racial facet is often related to the idea of phenotype. But we need to decouple race and skin color, because what's observed in the social and historical construction of race the issue of phenotype is always added on a posteriori as a justification of difference that has already been conceived as radical and the inferiority which is attributed to a given group. And then phenotypic differences are used to vindicate and confirm the radical otherness and the inferiority of that group. I could go back to the example of castes. In India, we have the impression perhaps that they look the same, but in the distinction that's made in these forms of hierarchization, there are always phenotypical characteristics that are brought in to justify. And then the Americano-European context, there's the case of the Irish. In the context of the colonization of Ireland by the UK and after that the United States, they were pale of skin, but they were not thought of as being white. In the context of the occupation of Ireland by the British and also in the United States. And gradually, over time, the Irish perceived increasingly as being white because they participated more and more in the whole enterprise of slavery in the United States. Noël Ignatieff has demonstrated this. So you need to decouple the notion of race and skin color, because if you take a critical look at race, you have to assume that race is an abstract principle that will take on different forms depending on the context and the situation, the periods of time in which it's studied. And this is what distinguishes the critical use of the term race and the racist use of the word race. Because when you critically study race, you don't think they're really inherent racial markers. You're just studying how, in a given context, for instance, the colonial context, some characteristics are used as constructs of otherness, and in other cases, these same characteristics are not pushed to one side. You may have markers that found that ground racial discrimination or not, depending on the situation and the context. Regarding the colonial element and its role in all of this, how is it that I look at racial issues, and how does my work help me to come back to the colonial facet after colonialism? Because I work in a contemporary context. In the colonial context, or at least European colonialism, there was race played a central role at all levels. And Stoller has done some work on this. There are constant practices that delineate various groups from each other in the colonial society and colonial empires to varying degrees, but there's a shared statutory anxiety that pervades all of them, which maintains that you have to ensure that there is an impermeable barrier between the various groups that go to make up colonial society, and in particular between the white colonialists and the indigenous populations who are assigned racially. So this is a laboratory to think through all of these practices of delineation, of exclusion of groups through various measures, laws, legal measures that regulate relations between the groups, and also practices which are more subtle, the way in which family relations are organized, the place given to domestic servants who are indigenous, books on etiquette and the like. And again, Anne Stoller's work is very enlightening in this respect. So I have all of these elements, this information about colonial societies. How does this then bring me to detect forms of continuity in contemporary society, and at what level? There's a link between racial factors and colonial factors. But I'd just like to give a few ideas about the work that I've done on gaining citizenship. Because gaining citizenship is an entry, a gateway to the nation, and we see played out again practices of delineation of groups and makes explicit how we think of the belonging to the national groups and the criteria that can justify that belonging. So it's like a microscope which helps us see more clearly not so much the link between racial and colonial, but between national and racial. In the French context, there is colonial legislation on the one hand and legislation that relates to how citizenship is granted in metropolitan France. There's the notion of assimilation that arises from colonized French Algeria and then was brought into metropolitan France in 1927 following law which opened up the possibility of gaining citizenship much more widely. So there's a kind of circulation between the colonial world and the metropolitan world. In the current procedures, there's an interview that's called an interview of linguistic assimilation, where we see retopicalization of this notion of assimilation. It's presented as showing that you have to be familiar with the French language, but actually it makes topical anew features that are racialized. In particular, I'm going to give you some examples to help you to understand better. This relates, for instance, to French habits and customs. Obviously, this relates to Islam and veiled women. When they come to the interviewer has to indicate whether or not they're wearing the veil or Islamic dress, whatever their level of knowledge of the French language, and also questions relating to whether they speak French naturally or not. These are not questions these are questions that are asked even when it comes to applicants who come from areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where French is often the main language, whereas the question is not raised when it comes to English language speakers who are white and come from other countries. And so explicitly we have a racializing notion of belonging to the nation.
Moralisation. Also, the link between moral and race assignation, which has a colonial history. So the way you assign from racial viewpoint means that groups that are considered as inferior from a racial viewpoint are also inferior from a moral viewpoint. And this can be seen when we tend to assess, for instance, the school trajectory with condescending judgments when it comes to diplomas that are considered as being of the third world, and also some things that are being said for people who come from the Indian subcontinent, India, Bangladesh, or Pakistan, who state that they reached a college level, and systematically they are assessed as, at the best, having a sort of end of the first secondary cycle level, not a proper college level, with a number of judgments that make us understand as little consideration the agents in the prefect's offices are, and the view, quite a condescending view that they have from the education systems stemming from those countries. Now, another element in this way of moralizing, well, there is condescending approach when it comes to some foreign diplomas, but at the same time, they tend to value French diplomas on one condition. Those French diplomas have to be, in a way, medium diplomas, if I can say it that way. The candidates should not have, for instance, diplomas as being considered stemming from the excellency of the French education system. And here, once again, this was highlighted in Lorbelly's works on the naturalization in the Algeria concept. So people from Algeria who were considered as citizens. So once again, in the processes that she studied, the people who had a naturalization were those who still owed something to the French Republic. So they were in a position of a delayed citizenship, whereas people who were considered as coming from the most Europeanized groups, the indigenous groups, were considered with suspicion, because they were afraid that, or people were afraid that they would behave as being the equals of the French. So those various elements let us see that still today we are still enshrined in a history that in part finds its origins and its sources in the colonial era. And we can see that there is a sort of a continuity with this era in the way that today racialization processes are being formalized. Now, I will conclude on this, and I would like to state the following. When we work in the current world on the issue of race, there is a double attention that should be brought. On the one side, being careful to this continuity, being careful that we avoid the trap of anachronism that is possible, and we should bear attention also to the formalization modus, the hierarchy as well that are being made. I believe that a mistake that could be made would be to believe that everything comes from colonialism, and once colonialism will be over, then the issues of hierarchy, the practices of diminuting people would be behind us as well. This is not the case, so we should be aware of this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah Mazouz. So we just spoke about quite complex issues once again, and this is very positive, I believe. We approach the issue of colonialism, or at least in a way, a certain reading of colonialism with the issue of identity, discrimination, the issue of moralization. But spontaneously, one of the questions that comes to my mind is the following. Do we still have a colonial status, or is it over? Do we still have territories that are colonialized today, or is it over? I do not know whether someone could maybe respond. We are talking about the contemporary world. We are talking about after colonialism. So do we have some kind of idea of the existence today, or absence of, societies where there is still this colonial status, officially speaking? Well, it depends what you call official colonial status. Well, if your starting point is the following, let's talk about the French context. If you are asking whether we have some places, actively speaking, a status of indigenous people and discriminatory practices enshrined in law, the response is no. Now, whether or not we still have something, a heritage of a French empire that would be transformed, well, let's think about the overseas territories for France, for instance. They still remain, and we have the current situation that is quite complex on this. Of course, the indigenous code does not exist anymore. That does not exist. Now, when we talk about French societies, so you spoke about French societies, but just let me state that we still have a list of territories that should be decolonialized. There is a list by the United Nations. We still have islands that are the topic of dispute because of their colonial status, be it in the Indian Ocean or even next to the Comoro Islands. We know that this is a disputed territory, and the same with the British Islands, because when we talk about after colonialism, we have the feeling that there are no territories anymore for which this question is being raised. The question is still being raised for a number of countries, formally speaking, but also less formally speaking sometimes. Now, let's give the floor to the audience. But my first question is the following. We are in a more contemporary time. We had the Declaration of Human Rights. We are not in the ancient regimes anymore. So a priori, there is a state in democratic or in so-called democratic societies. We have laws, everything has been formalized. And what you are saying, Mrs. Mazouz, in this contemporary era, you are stating that still issues linked to the neutrality of the state, the neutrality of law, are not necessarily solved or not entirely solved. And what would be interesting for me is the after, because this is the topic of today's panel. And what you are actually saying is the following. You said that the state or the democratic regime as we know it are not enough in a way. They are not enough to guarantee most of freedoms and liberties for all. Is this what you mean? Well, the question is not necessarily that of freedom or liberty, but rather the question of equality. And the issue to be raised is the following. To what scale today are laws, existing laws and regulations, granting, concretely speaking, and going beyond just the stating of formal equality? How can we actually produce equality? And this question varies according to the democratic context. Now, it is also true, without any doubt, that behind this, or encompassed in the idea of democracy, there is also the idea that the work is never over, we are never finished. There is a fundamental democratic concern, and we have to make sure that work carries on. Now, of course, today, we are quite far from the outcome we call for on those issues, and I believe that this is this notion of discrimination compared with other notions. Discrimination and the idea of discrimination allows us to raise the issue of how efficient the standard of equality is. How can we make sure that we increase the real efficient aspect in the facts of this equality standard as it is being spelled in the laws and in the Declaration of Human Rights? Well, you understood that I was trying to launch the debate in order to make sure that everyone has the possibility of taking part in today's debate. Now, as usual, we will be hearing the audience, your questions, your remarks. We ask you to be short and concise while we are looking for someone who would like to take the floor. Maybe one of the panelists would like to take the floor? No? No, right. No immediate reaction. Paulin either. Maybe the audience? One question from the audience? Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Lucia Rivera. I come from Colombia. In Latin America, there has been long and very deep discussions about how to understand decolonization. And one of the things that I think would serve to propose a dialogue has to do with the fact that there are different categories regarding how to understand colonization. Aníbal Quijano and the Modernity and Coloniality group have said that even if the colonial rule as something guided by the law, I mean, even if every country was autonomous, coloniality must be understood as the implantation of a structure of thought that makes a hierarchy, a social, epistemic, gendered divide between the political north and the global south. So I think that the question of decolonization must take into account what has been said throughout Latin America for the last, I think, maybe 30 or 40 years. I think it would be very good to consider this possibility in the debate. And also, I think that it would be useful in what Sarah was saying about the link between coloniality, not colonialism, so to speak, and racism, that in Latin America a lot has been said about that link, about the production of race and racism as a colonial device in a miscegenated society. Our experiences of racism are a bit different from those here in Europe, from what I hear, and I think it would be useful to side quote or dialogue with other versions of post or decoloniality to further the debate. So it wasn't really a question. I wanted to know if any of the panelists have had any work with the Latin American reference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much. During my thesis, I actually spent some time in Colombia, so I would be able to respond to you in Spanish if Spanish was planned for today. Unfortunately, it isn't. And I had some dialogue with researchers from the National University in Bogota, and those exchanges were very important to me. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this dialogue is continuing. It did not appear specifically in my work because I had to be quite concise, I had to be brief, and I had to talk about what was going on pertaining this topic today. But yes, I do believe that the racial issue was a form, well, let's say that the colonial context gave race a structuring importance, a structuring significance, and the question of race was also a colonial tool. However, I do believe that we have to cast the two apart in order to make sure that we understand when race is also hidden in other situations, even though we are living in a present world that depends from this colonial history. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. We have another reaction. Uria. Yes, good morning, good afternoon to you all. I wanted to establish the link with the question that has just been raised, and also I wanted to come back on what was said by Paulin Esmar earlier. Indeed, I have a lot of interest in what was stated earlier when it comes to reinventing oneself, reinventing Japanese antiquity based on the bedrock in Greece. This is thought about as a form of decolonization of the antiquity, and the Greco-Roman antiquity could be, the ethnicities could be broken down, and it could serve as a universal model. And to establish the link with the question that has just been made, I was wondering whether there is not another way of decolonizing and making things more provincial, stating very simply that it is not part of our tradition, which means that there are other ways of thinking the antiquity and the classics, or even the modernity, doing philosophy, ways that do not have anything to do with a European base or other bedrocks, other forms of universalism that are complementary, I do believe, because the possibility to refer to a Greco-Latin history that would say something to someone who lives in Bamako, for instance, well, very well, if it is possible, but there should also be another possibility of stating that it has nothing to do with us in a way, and that there are other modus in the aesthetics, in the arts, that were thought from another type of antiquity, from other regions of antiquity. So I do believe that this idea of thinking coloniality, I'm talking about knowledge, of course, and I'm a philosopher, so of course I do believe that philosophy is significant because it implies questioning the very categories of thinking and the ways of thinking before we can actually state that we will make plural the accesses to philosophy or make it more democratic. The starting point would be the following: in the very way we word philosophy, in the way philosophy was born, invented, we also invented the whole history of philosophy. This is also an invention, or at least this is the way it is being taught in France, but we should understand that philosophy could have been written differently from other geographical regions, other places. This was maybe a question that could be raised to Paulin on this, and a reflection as well. So I do believe that this is complementary. We have the decolonization aspect, but also maybe a pluralization of this Greco-Roman reference in our way of knowledge. Well, thank you very much, Uriah. Do we have other questions? Yes, I can see a hand that is raised, please. Good afternoon. I would have a question for Sarah Mazouz. I did enjoy the last part of your speech when you were talking about inferiorization practices, so practices making people inferior. My first question was the following: is this an expression of sociology when you talk about practices of making one inferior? Or was it just, so this was in link with the last part of your speech? And my second question is the following. And maybe this question could be directed to all the panelists who are present in this afternoon's panel. I wanted to come back to what was said this morning. This morning, the idea was raised of the human to come. And because we are talking about races, because we are talking about practices of making one inferior, what is your viewpoint when it comes to speciesism in this in racism, and with these practices of making one inferior? Could we talk about maybe some ways of making violence legitimate that would come from the species? Because we are talking about the human being, and making a hierarchy within the humankind is also a way of making violence legitimate within the human space and within the human species. I'm a little bit chaotic in what I'm saying, but I hope you understand what I was talking. Well, making people inferior and the practices inherent to it is a topic that I use, but it doesn't have a specific, it is not a specific topic in sociology. You talked about speciesism. Did you talk about the relationship between humans and animals? No. What I am thinking about, we were talking about colonialism and slavery, for instance. So I was thinking about the relationship between human beings and animals, violence that can be committed on other species, and not necessarily against the animals, and also because we were talking about this practice of making one inferior, and to me this echoes what we talked about this morning. So I was wondering maybe whether you could say something about this parallel.
You know, I'm a bit reluctant to respond on topics I don't work on particularly, but I could answer that the relation to what is non-human pertains to some form of hierarchical construct. It appears clearly in the way we exploit today, like in the agri-food industry, industrial breeding of animals. But then to differentiate, not to create a hierarchy, but to give avenues for further thinking about that. The distinction is that we're dealing with living beings, but who cannot speak, so they cannot claim their rights. That's one distinction, giving rise to other forms of complexities. And I believe that it's like a double trap. as it were, because even in the way we formalize our attention to non-humans, still we may yield to the notion that we stand above. And that's we see that in the way we create inequalities between humans. There are ways of formulating, wording our attention or care for what is non-human, which can also be the expression of some sort of form of superiority. So we have to be careful about that. Thank you, Sarah. We might take one last question. I see one hand being raised. A last question or comment before handing over to our third panelist. Thank you. I would like to join the previous speaker about your presentation. I really appreciated it. But I still have a question in mind. You talked about politics to fight discrimination, the link between racism and colonialism. And you did answer the question raised by Marcial Zibelinga. But after colonialism, that's my question. After colonialism, what's happening? What's your take on that? Because the topic is, after all, after colonialism. Well, maybe we can listen to the philosopher now, because there is a core subject matter, which is the human of the future. That's our main topic. Now we break it down into various sub-themes. Marcel Zibelinga, rest assured I will ask the question again at the end of the session, you know, because we've been going around it, but not openly on it. So we'll come back to that after the third presentation. First, an answer by Sarah. Well, after colonialism, it's what we see today, what's left of colonialism, what remains of it, and how we distinguish ourselves from that. About the human of the future, it's hard for me to make predictions, you know, or my work being to look at what's happening today. Thank you, Sarah. Two comments. Well, the observation raised earlier about the colonial societies in the Americas or South America does show that the question of colonialism is much broader than the way we see it from the point of view of the French or European realities. That was a key point worth raising. It's also worth raising something paradoxical. The more we move away from colonialism that is in the past, and the more the schools that problematize the colonial question take on importance, become more important. That's worth looking into. In human and social sciences, those are the schools that publish the most and have the broadest readership. It tells us something, I believe, about the reality of colonialism and also maybe about protections or a preemption, anticipation of this human of the future. So, and now I turn to Uriah, who will share with us her philosophical, post-colonial, post-feminism outlook. Well, I don't know if I can really answer. The only thing I can say now is that the after-colonialism already took place. Not that it belongs to the past, but the very fact of fighting colonialism and about the notion of humanity, it was embodied throughout history. And it is in several places. So after colonialism, I see it not as a historic moment that's behind us or a future ideality that we cannot reach, but it's something that we can experiment and keep experimenting. So, you know, it creates multiple places for the beginning of this phenomenon. Let me start from a specific point of view. I'll try to think and philosophize, actually, around this notion of post-colonial migrations, to try to ponder over this post-colonialism, the experience of post-colonial immigration and its impact on humanity. To paraphrase Abdelmayek Sayed, who is a sociologist, but philosophy and sociology here are pretty much the same. Philosophy, when applied to immigration and more generally to all these social objects that are dominated, popular classes, workers, social housing, suburbs, doesn't it condemn itself to adjust its interrogation system, questioning system and concepts to the symbolic size that is socially determined by its object? Philosophy that became empirical and field philosophy, is it still philosophy? Doesn't it become sociology, as Sayed infers? I'm convinced, on the contrary, that this is how philosophy thinking immigration and since immigration from an object that appears at not being noble. It's like going to attending naturalization interviews, places that are kind of gray for philosophers. This kind of philosophy, working on immigration, really is interested in the human in an ethical and political way, both. So through the bias of a critical phenomenology, attentive to the description of the lived experience, that we can think something about the migrant life after the colonies, and that we can think of possible humans that are subjected to terrible treatments and disfiguration. Philosophizing on immigration, we don't take the experience of immigration as a mere subject or a first-person subject. I'm the daughter of an immigrant, but I'm not an immigrant myself, or not anymore, because I was an immigrant until I was 18. Then I was naturalized. But I can also say I'm no longer an immigrant, but I'm still an immigrant. There is an overdetermination of the existence in the existence that is lent to me or put on me. This existence in the first person does give you information on the forms of sociological or philosophical investigation, like Frantz Fanon tried to listen to the deafening sounds he heard around him and trying to make sense out of it. It's about trying to take seriously what I hear all the time on the radio, in the bakery, in the metro, on the street. Take seriously the atmosphere of a sensitive life that hears, touches, moves around, eats around me. It's about thinking from a phenomenologic notion of the self-philosopher based on the entourage, the people you hang around with, philosophizing not as a function of your identity or not in an essentialistic way, but the entourage, taking account the entourage. If it's in a non-essentialist identity, it's contextual, determined by the immediacy of the context, and it will determine the way I do philosophy. The fact that we speak of my brother, my parents in the media, in the street, what does it do to the way I make philosophy? What does it do to be heard at the third person, like Frantz Fanon said in Black Skin, White Masks, when you're not primarily concerned? It's kind of a shame that is felt, and it's the beginning of a philosophical pathway, having heard, having seen from the same speaking species that uses everything to hate others. All that creates ordinary forms of humanization, decrying objectification, and all that being gendered and racialized. And that is a denial, for example, the denial of belonging to a particular gender, like veiled women politically are seen as monsters or monstrosities. Also black or Arab masculinities who are criminalized and overdetermined by their gender. They're no longer children or they're teenagers, but they're seen as men, black and Arab men. What does it do to you when you hear others talk about your sisters, your parents, yourselves as being so remote and different? Like my brothers in Cologne, that famous winter, my sisters are supposed to be oppressed by my brothers. So in the immediacy of my kinship and my close ones and familiar places, like undocumented families are occupying the university where I'm working, and I'm with them. I come from the same continent. All that sedimentation from childhood on, the immigrant and the way what is political is being segmented at the time when the very survival of the human species is being threatened. What about the impossible humanity is being sedimented in the word immigrant or migrant? And conversely, what invention of the human is being performed through immigration itself? Beyond an endless pessimism and miserabilism, how can we understand differently the immigration of the future beyond the epistemology of what I could call the philosophy of complaint? We could also envisage to do philosophy outside the schools. The only way to take out philosophy from its solipsist or egotic tendency. Accepting to see, to feel, to sense what is around you or circling you is a way for philosophy to keep itself alive. Because when it's no longer a text responding to another text, but a problem of our existence we respond to, and its very possibility in the world. What does it mean to be a migrant or immigrant, and what does it have to do with post-colonialism? As Sayad words it, being immigrant means you can be deported at any point. It's the definition of the immigrant, back to where he came from, back to the country she came from. Nothing in common between Eritreans, people from Sudan, Ghana, whatever, except that once they are aboard a little ship or in France, they can be expelled and deported. This rests on the conditionality of, well, at the time of Sayed, it was the working conditions that led migrants to come to France to work. But deportability is what ontologically defines the migrant, because her status can always change. The stay permit can no longer be a stay permit or can be repelled. So it's not about the possibility of being expelled and deported from the French territory, but it's also the possibility of being deported not only from a territory, but also from the political sphere. That characterizes as well the notion of migration. What you expel, deport, is what is superfluous and in excess, what cannot be included in the economy of the nation. You don't care about it. It's what has no value for the merchant economy of the state, that we could call a post-liberal state economy. But it's also the possibility of being deported metabolically, what cannot be converted into your own flesh, what cannot be incorporated, what goes through the holes of the nation. So the metabolic impropriety of the immigrant who cannot be assimilated, cannot be eaten, cannot be ingested and integrated. And particularly with the Muslims, you know, they don't eat pork and they don't drink alcohol. So how could they sit at the table with you?
So for immigrants, they never have sure that they have the right of residence. They have to keep proving that they have allegiance to the nation, but they can always lose the right to stay in the country. Even when they are citizens, they have to obey the rules. They have to obey in excess the rules of morals, clothing, eating habits, anything that contributes to the ordinary reproduction of the nation. Eating habits, dress, are a real risk. This is the risk of proselytism, of conversion, the risk that they will convert everybody to be Muslims. There are fears. We're afraid of a Muslim student who wears the veil, who then, during the lockdown, cooks food, cheap food. She shows her cooking on YouTube for other students who are struggling. There's been a lot of discussion about the possibility of losing your citizenship. This clearly indicates what is meant by a post-colonial immigrant. It's not just that they're not a citizen, not a member of the nation, but when they lose their citizenship, and this is considered, these are people who are citizens, can lose that status. So this is linked to the fact that the immigrant is non-natural, an alien, to the extent that they are not a natural national despite the process of naturalization. So what are these processes, these procedures used for naturalization? Sarah Mazouz has characterized them very well in her sociological work. They show that these procedures are supposed to raise us to the level of human dignity. They're supposed to ratify an ethnicized version of civilization and nationality with a language test and a test of general knowledge about the history of France. Now, you may say, why not? What's wrong with that? It's only natural to be expected to speak the language of the host country and to know its history. But there's a widespread idea of assimilation that determines this process of national incorporation. Becoming French means that you know, not by heart, but by body, a history that often ordinary French people who've always been French don't know. The hopeful future French person, an immigrant, has to become the ideal of the French citizen. They contribute, however, through their failure of being able to achieve that ideal to demonstrate that applied Frenchness is impossible. These failures of naturalization are intended to construct the ethnicization of the ideality of French nationality. My mother is still foreign. She was the only person whose citizenship application was rejected because she cannot read or write, and this despite the fact that she has brought up 7 French children, supported a French husband. Having access to naturalization is a barrier that's hard to cross. And it's not a given because naturalization in France means culturalization. It's a form of domestication. And there's always the risk that people may revert to the wild, especially if they come from former colonies. So if you try and oust the immigrant, they constantly come back. So the immigrant is a fantasy as much as a reality. It's a fantasy about the very nature of the nature, or of the nation, or rather the nation as nature. The foreigner is considered to be an invader. They're not men or women, let alone children who are at the borders or on the boats waiting to get into Europe. These are enemy hordes that don't have the same value in human terms. They're an excess flesh bodies that are just a nuisance, and their main characteristic is that they saturate space. The images shown in the media are often people in crowded into small boats or crowded into a small space. Their bodies are therefore characterized by excess or distortion. Are we sure that we see what we see when we see a child asleep in a cardboard box? They're also characterized by restriction of their way in which we present their bodies in the boats and in detention centers. These bodies keep on coming. These are exhausted, depressed bodies, which in reality have experienced everything that is most human in what is inhuman. They have traveled long and difficult distances. They have been confronted to a border space over thousands of kilometers. So the frontier of Europe is already placed in Africa and the Middle East. They have experienced inhumanity, but it's only human. This is cruelty, it's thefts, it's rape, it's contemporary slavery as seen in Libya, it's torture in Morocco, where there's racism against blacks and institutional violence of the police at the borders. It's also the inhumanity where women and children are most often the victims. So immigration that has been made clandestine is an oppression of humanity by humanity. This gives rise to something that's antinomic with reason. How can humanity be asserted in its very negation? It's the aporia of cruelty, or rather the consent to cruelty, to inhumanity. An immigrant who comes by foot or by boat is the migrant who is forever and endlessly coming in because they're rejected all the time. There's a double absence, as Said has said. Their country is missing, not the nation, not the state, but the country. Actually, it's their home. It can often be a village, and that's often the case because immigrants often come from poor villages. But they're forever arriving, and they're called migrants now and not immigrants, because that implies that it's a constant process. It's an uninterrupted circulation, which is actually encouraged institutionally because people are not allowed to stop. They're not given permits. They're constantly moved on with the help of security forces at the borders, which make sure that the boat can never get to the right port, that the migrants can never settle, and they're constantly sent from one country to another and one town to another. The migrant thus characterizes this state of endless waiting, of moving on, which is marked by harassment of the police at the borders, but the overzealous verifications of train drivers, ordinary people who denounce illegal immigrants and the administrative authorities. Is there a crisis of hospitality, as some of well-intentioned philosopher friends say, and should we therefore hope to have unconditional hospitality? Clearly, this is a period of inhospitality. There's even hostility towards migrants who come on foot in particular, and I'll come back to this in a bit. There's something structural here in the way in which a nation-state operates in the period of the Anthropocene. We're trying to protect our islands of wealth, of comfort, against territories that have been destroyed by other people, by the predatory elites of these same countries, or the cruelty of the local leaders and international players. There's an ideal form of national production. These bodies that are workers also become returnable bodies, bodies that do but not belong to a social class even, as Syed has pointed out. To this extent, political and territorial returnability, the constant threat to be sent back, as we've seen recently in the French Parliament, is a powerful fantasy which converts into persecution when the principle is applied to the so-called second generation. And certainly in this martial interpretation of the political body and the national body as some body that has to be kept immune, to be protected by walls and seas that have become cemeteries. Wendy Brown has said it's rather like defensive and martial masculinity defending its hunting ground, particularly sexual hunting ground. And this gives rise to the idea that it's mainly men who migrate. I've been told I have to wind up. I'd like to come back to the notion of migrants who come on foot. Coming on foot translates a lot about the possibility of gaining access to the territory and the way in which people are welcomed. These bodies are captured, literally captured by screens, by cameras, detectors of heartbeat and CO2. This is a form of post-humanity. Trying to see if there's anything living in these bodies and then use that against those same bodies. to identify that they're trying to cross a border. My conclusion is that an immigrant is not so easily returned, although that is hoped for very often, but actually it is someone who's come in with a language, a culture, with know-how and a way of being, a way of living, a way of inhabiting his body, a way of fighting for justice, and renews our own existential ontology repertories to give meaning to our existence, our relationship with Earth space at the time of Anthropocene, with the threat to the climate and the fact that more and more there's a new form of identity sovereignism. Generally speaking, when people request asylum and they're political refugees, they come from Syria or elsewhere, this can enrich our culture, which is all too tempted by post-liberalism. I think that we have a lot to learn from these migrants. And I think we also need to understand the battle of the undocumented migrants. It's a form of civil disobedience, but I'll stop there. It's okay, I'll stop there, never mind. I'm sorry, but we're running out of time. Thank you for acknowledging Yuri's Bentuhami's excellent presentation. We have very little time left, I'm afraid. I think that we're all very impressed by Huria's presentation. She talked a lot about the immigrant. Often they are Muslim. This gives rise to the issue of women as well. I don't know if I have time to ask a question or to refer to the audience. Maybe I'll just see if there's a comment or a question from the audience. And then, of course, here at UNESCO, we have to conclude on time. And it's a good thing if you are a little bit frustrated, because that will encourage you to read some of the work of our panelists. Well, if there are no questions, then we will try and sum up this very interesting exchange. Thank you. Thank you for this panel. Thank you for your reactions. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that we're very fortunate to have had such well-informed and insightful panelists. This is a situated query. We've seen here an issue, colonialism from France. It would have been seen differently had it been framed in Brazzaville or Dakar or elsewhere. In many African countries, colonialism is not necessarily a thing of the past. When people talk about colonialism, they are also referring to the cultural dimension. In Africa, more than half of children go to school and are taught in a language which is not their language, and that's part of coloniality. When you talk about colonialism in Africa today, whether it could be the currency, the CFA franc, it can be the French military bases, there are a whole range of issues that are still addressed and framed as colonial issues, although they weren't presented as such today. So it's a complex set of issues, and I think some of this complexity has been rendered in the European and French contexts. It's also a subject that gives rise to a lot of intellectual debate and epistemological study. There are new ways of thinking, that new ideas that are being deployed, rejecting the start from scratch epistemology, the idea that all knowledge is supposed to come from Europe. And the panelists have been circling around this notion. And this is something that we could use perhaps to move towards an after colonialism and the human of the future, a more reflexivity, fewer certainties about the solutions that we have found today, even in virtuous countries, or the others, of course. Thank you all for your participation, and thanks to the Histoire Générale de l'Afrique, which has done a lot to contribute to ideas and thoughts around the post-colonial history in Africa.
combined with the second nuclear that destroyed no.
Je vous propose qu'on commence.
All right, I suggest that we start. For those of you who made it all the way till the end of this very long day. So welcome to UNESCO. For those of you who just arrived, we will continue with one last panel regarding fictions of the human to come. There is also simultaneous interpretation in both French and English for those of you attending in the room, but also following online. I am here with you with I am here today with Alain Damasio, Alexandre Geffen, and Maylis de Kerangal. I will briefly introduce the main points that we're going to be covering within this panel, and then I'll give the floor to the panelists, and then of course we'll be able to have a discussion all together and with the audience as well. So the future of the human being has always been the object of fictionalization in literature and art, which often imagine the end or our end. Our imagination has evolved according to the cultures, the development of the societies, but also starting from the imagination of myths, tales, journeys, utopias, dystopias, and by taking into account the change that took place at the Renaissance in regards of the relations of the man to the world. And there are often romantic stories interwoven with both scientific and prophetic facts. When one considers the future in literature, one actually thinks of the place of prophecy. Vatus means in Latin the poet and the seer, because the future was reserved for the gods and then later for the unique God. And then science fiction and their various forms took the future for object and approached these fascinating topics: space exploration, time travel, genetic mutation, cloning, the fourth dimension, the end of the world. But it's not just about science fictions. All fictions talk about the human to come, since they all try often to think the human who is. So fiction has always had an enormous role in our way of approaching the world. And these imaginary worlds took a new turn when a new future, or rather a non-future, appeared at the time of the Second World War with, of course, the global death of humanity with the atomic bomb, and a whole universe related to the end of post-cataclysmic fictions then started to appear. And in the 1970s up to 1990s, we have seen something that will contribute to enrich and complexify this imaginary world by anchoring it in two technical and scientific revolutions, that of digital technology and biotechnology. But a paradox appears, because for the first time in its history, the human will have issues in recognizing himself in this image of a cyberpunk. But in any case, the human to come is a human in the making, a human who is and who cannot help but projecting himself, perhaps into a non-future, or in any case as a mutant, as a hybrid being, phylogenetic in Alain Damasio's latest novel, or else with a technology-enhanced body and a mind that will be extensible thanks to digital technology. So the human to come presupposes a human nature that is always in movement. The human seeks the one he will be, and he seeks himself in his relationship with technology, and he tries to become some kind of superhuman. But we're also trying to find ourselves in the living world, in a natural community in which we want to be part of. The human is looking for a new interconnection with the world of the living, with the world of the sensitive, an end to the Anthropocene. So we have two visions, two opposing imagination, each with its limits, one that tears men away from nature, and the other that seeks to reroute him in it, with this desire for repair. Now, there's quite a few questions that can be raised, and I think that this panel is going to try to answer at least two questions. What is a humanity, and what kind of humanity do we wish to embody? And is it the role of fiction to offer alternatives, and if so, how do they free themselves from our conception of the world, and how does the writer work? What about our visceral need to have a narrative, and how do they build themselves as a space of multidimensional investigation? How does fiction change our gaze and open up new possibilities, push up to transform our present, to build a new future, to convert our fears and our dreams into action? Because, to quote Ricoeur, a world without imagination would leave no room for action. So to talk about the human to come, I will now give the floor to Maylis de Kerangal. She's a writer, and her work is a new exploration of the human, thanks to different works. There's Birth of a Bridge, they are, as well as the cook a novel and painting time, and she's offering perhaps a new, powerful way of living into the world. You have the floor. Thank you very much, and good evening. So, in order to project the fiction to come, I started, by way of contradiction, to look towards the past and to look way into the past and to come back to the birth of fiction, perhaps, or at least the idea that I have of the birth of fiction. And I came back to Paul Wiesner, the anthropologist. His works were published in 2014. Embers of Society is the title of his work. Conversation by the fire with Bushmen. Paul Wiesner in this study looks at the life of modern hunter-gatherers, Bushmen in South Africa, and their living conditions are quite close to the hunters and gatherers of prehistoric times. So there we have a community of about 15 to 30 people living together with this tradition of hunting and gathering and a nocturnal life which takes place by the fire. Paul Wiesner will record the conversations of these people by daytime and nighttime. She will time these conversations, compare them, and she will notice that by nighttime, after the sunset, she realizes that the Bushmen gather by the fire, and this is where they turn to fiction, when in fact fictions only accapared 6% of their discussions during daytime, but in fact during nighttime, fiction takes about 80% of their discussion time. So of course, we can only look at these ancestral traditions with today's gaze and point of view, and we can try to reconstitute the fictions of the past, but we can at least have a rough idea of what they might look like, and this is exactly what the author tries to do. And we see that fiction allows us to have a better understanding of the other, trying to better understand the emotions, and creates a strong bond within the group. And I'm sure that fictions also allowed certain people to survive. These narratives, these fictions have also emerged to the creation of tales and novels that have provided support to the development of societies, just like technology advances that did. So what's interesting in Paul Wiesner's work, first of all, I think that her approach is quite fascinating, but there's also a strong relationship between a technique of fire and the emergence of fictions, and how fictions are directly impacted by technical inventions and innovations. So let's now try to think what the fiction of the future will look like and how it will be impacted by the epistemological evolution, which creates the structure of our contemporary world. With, on the one hand, the questioning of the patriarchal of the patriarchy, the various techniques of dissemination, techniques of exchange of information, our own conception of time and space, and even the idea of what the truth is, and how are we going to live through this philosophical shift that we're currently undergoing, which takes us beyond nature and culture. To quote Philippe Descollet's work, not simply putting ourselves as humans against the nature being a space that needs to be managed and controlled, and an ensemble of powers that need to be controlled, which can be, of course, assimilated to the power of war. The living is seen as just a single organism, or at least that's how I can consider it myself. One organism, a space of connections, interdependencies, where everything is coexisting, where interspecific relations are fertile. And at the center, we see the human being the organizer, the predator, and the single narrator of the narrative as well. But we see that this position of this unique position beyond nature and culture is currently being questioned. Man today shares his world with other regimes as well, such as animals and plants. Designating animals, plants, mountains as the non-human part of the living is still too human-centered. Again, we are considering that the human is at the center. It's taking too much space in this system because we're comparing the human to what is not like us. So this reign is not so much a rupture, but perhaps means going back to the past. We're going back to initial times, to Paleolithic times, where back then we were not considered as separate from nature. We were completely immersed into nature. We were completely absorbed by nature, as we can see in the drawings drawn up into the caves. So to me, projecting the future of fiction means that we need to raise the question of future imaginary worlds, and that's how I wanted to take this issue today. They're giving us the opportunity to envisage new imaginary worlds. These new imaginary worlds, they have a history. Their own matter seems rather historical to me. They can capture a specific era. They take up the light. They show us what we should be focusing on, or what will be drawn into darkness. Imaginary worlds also install a certain pace. Imaginary worlds will reconfigure space and will also reconfigure the new communities and the new reigns. Now, what are the conditions for these new imaginary worlds to be envisaged and to be made possible? Imaginary worlds that would perhaps provide an iconographic replica of the contemporary world, and that would allow us to reflect upon this world. Any imaginary world relies on memory, and this is probably what allows us to have an active memory, to stimulate memory as a muscle. And indeed, we see archaic representations and fantasies that keep recurring in time and keep being perceived as modern. So we see that our whole system can be completely reversed. We see that there is a shift in imaginary worlds. Camille mentioned the major shift that took place during the Renaissance, with a new order being set up across the world. So I'm not going to go back to this, but there's also the Industrial Revolution. That was another major shift. If you look at Jules Verne's novels or Émile Zola's, these are going to create new worlds, and they're going to celebrate an imaginary world of modernity and technology, all the while criticizing their impact on social aspects. And on the one hand, they show trust within technology and science, and also as they see technology as a way for humankind to assert itself. So how can we see these imaginary worlds being renewed today? How can they present a new version of themselves? How could they be more inclusive? How could they be multiple, decentralized, with no hierarchy? Should we work on the extension of fiction and include animals, plants, rivers, mountains, and gift them with psychology and feelings? Should we envisage having plants or animals as narrators, without them necessarily being seen as human avatars? Because otherwise, well, there's no point to this. We don't want them to be a human representation of a mask, for example, as it is the case in tales or in certain myth as well. We want these representations not to be gifted with our thinking system, of our feelings of guilt, of love, of our conception of what is of the law, because this is also a sign of human authority. And so how can we take the human out of our imaginary world, and how can we include other types of living worlds with plants and animals? And I want to see how we can make these worlds more porous as well. This is what I wanted to focus on today.
I'll suggest some trails in order to be able to answer. Well, answering is too strong a word. I'd say some tracks, trail paths, all possible paths on this reconfiguration, the remobilization, this variation of imagination are all in the language. Imaginations are linked to language. We imagine through words. Overcome the dichotomy, technique and fiction, the first, which is not good for the second, since the technique is too, how should I say, too materialistic, is improper to inhabit literature, induces to go to the lexics, to the lexical, to the vocabulary of the poor words, and to re-inject them in the language of the fiction that will be permeable then, move from the inside and transform, because made poetic. In the same way, call the other reigns in the fiction involves to pour oneself into it, to immerse oneself, to be interested in them, to approach them, to know them, to notice them. That's the least we can say. And take notice of them, of their presence, of their existence, of their life, is maybe to start to desire how to know them and to be able to describe them. The reality from the point of view of the puma, the space of the lichen, the pressure into the marble, describe them in detail. And I can imagine the details always as a point of contact between the knowledge and imagination. It's always the details who enable me to access the fiction, enable me to imagine. In fact, I think that the increase of the link between knowledge and fiction is one of the ways that would enable to reset our imagination, reconfigure them, moving on the cognitive part of the fiction, restoring the part of imagination as a power of knowledge, encompassing imagination as also a kind of a knowledge, is a way for me that one could resist to the standardization of the language, the standardization that doubtlessly is to come if it is not already there, the standardization which is not different from the expression of a not being attentive to life. The knowledge opens, destabilizes, moves, makes room. In my eye, the fiction to come opens a new political space, a space for research and experimentation, a reconfigured imagination, a large enough space so as to occupy the place of the other, whatever his or her place in the living space. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Maylis de Kerangal. I'll leave the floor now to Alexandre Geffen, who is working for the CNRS in Theory of Literature and Modernity, linked to the University Sorbonne Nouvelle Paris 3, author of several articles and essays on culture, contemporary literature, and he is also attached to the fact that literature has another destiny than the one of looking for the pure form. Thank you. I was thinking by listening to Maylis de Kerangal about this role of the fiction to support us, to enable us to anticipate, to reposition ourselves, the role of the fiction, but of literature altogether, which is not only fiction. The essay also, literatures of knowledge that you're describing, it's also the one of the anthropologist, of the ecologist, of the Baptiste Morisot that you were quoting as Alain Damasio, and those of sociologists. It's also the work of non-fiction. Non-fiction gives us a description of the world which is wealthy and intense as the one given by fiction, which is slightly different. And if we think about the vision of the word delivered by Annie Ernaux, I'll start from her today. It's also by non-fiction that a representation of the human being is given to us, whatever. The first thought coming from the topic is that the human given by literature of today is not an abstract human. It's not a human. It's a story, it's an individual, it's a body, it's an identity, it's a man, a woman, concrete, embodied in a time, someone who is located, conversely to something that would be abstract and dry. And who knows what humanity is and what are the main issues of humanities, the human of literatures. Literature has the property, the capacity to locate things in detail, tell us how, and not only to suggest things, abstract things. Those are stories of life, kinds of lives, interrogations, whole societies that literature is presenting, not only about the human that would be reduced to a list of needs, a pyramid of a value of exchange or a capacity of labor. It's a human which is not, if we compare this Nobel Prize of Annie Ernaux to the way the literature was talking at the time of Camus, of the human being, it's a human which is less embroidered in abstract generation than in the history of his body, of his life, in what is getting through him, crossing him. Those are bodies. It's the body of Annie Ernaux which is detailed before being a general question linked with the condition of the females. It's also the human being caught in its capacity of speaking, of talking, of telling a story. It's a human which is located, who is located, and it's first-person speaker, writer. A large part of the French literature is self-fiction, testimonies, since I think that if human has to tell himself or herself, it's from a story, from a trauma, starting from an identity which is not a given fact that will be inherited, but which should be built through the narration. It's a human caught in his capacity of expression, of conception of oneself. It's a narrative identity, would say Paul Ricoeur, as well as an imposed identity as a general problem, something that literature will enable, will support in its redefinition. And I think this human is a dynamic human, and it's probably not a isolated human, a unique human. It's not a individualism of the subject, including self-fiction writers, very individualistic. Read Annie Ernaux, and you'll understand, or even Emmanuel Carrère, that we could deride the narcissism. And it's not a human who would look for its autonomy, trying to build oneself, but a human expecting links, strong links, expecting weak links, all those links making the knit of our existence, and that literature describes links apparently not essential. The last narration of Maylis de Kerangal, Canoë, it's a relation between a patient and her dentist, and with a jaw left in her studio. It's kind of attachment, how far philosophies are philosophies of attachment, thanks to Édouard Glissant, Corée du Caire, all the studies of modern ethics, thinking oneself in the relation to the other living, but also to another living. It's the rise of neoliberalism, reducing us to a money flow, to quantify us in data, a lack of mediation, major circuits of support of an individual, leave room to a dereliction of the individual. Literature is here at the same time to present the questions that this end of linking induces Houellebecq, but also to answer by introducing links, either because the writer will stage this re-link with the word produced by literature, going up to the Maylis de Kerangal, but also through, I'll say a few words about that, the relation with the animals, with the environment, but also to think with us the social relation, the human described in the literature today, someone who will reinvent the lacking communities, as Deleuze used to say. He will use literature, the space of projection of literature, the spaces of identification of literature, in order to build those communities. The human to come is a human who will be empathic, who will use the support of the narration to project oneself in the other. And it's the vision of literature, which is a literature of relation, is giving us. I think it's also this dimension which is to be taken into account, and it's not abstract, it's not purely a spirit, it's not only a general question. The human is first and foremost a relation and an inscription expecting a new relational redefinition. It's a policy that is promised by literature, and also because literature has become for us today, if we are here, because literature enables us to share among ourselves through panels, writing studios, it assumes this role of relationship and produces through the relation we have now with the authors a kind of community, literary community. And this is this vision that we should privilege, this capacity of literature to change our position, to change our bodies, to get ourselves in relation with the other through the imagination of the other, by the experience of thinking of the other that we have to highlight. Think, for instance, I don't know if you remember the end of Vernon's subtext of Virginie Despentes. I am the whore, arrogant whore. I'm the young woman who lives with her father. I am the cow taken to the slaughterhouse. This litany where the projection is being made. It's, at the end of the day, this human which is linked, intricated, produced by literature. I'll be shorter. I'll speak slower for the interpreters. And I will not accumulate the examples. You have to give other examples of this literature, trying to understand this far relations. We have 14 micro-stories which are attached to the globality of the world, trying to echo among themselves this feeling of globality, this human in resonance, this link to the environment. And Maylis said beautifully about it. The human being today is not just an island. It's not a human that would be without links. It's a modest human, humble human, understanding that he's not the master of the nature, but he's taking part of it fully. And from this point of view, literature enables us to conceive a human who will use the resources of imagination, of the narration, of the point of view, in order to try to leave room to the great dynamic of the living at the intrication. You know, ecology is kind of understanding that everything influences everything. This is this intrication that literature enables us to conceive. And facing the crisis of the sensitivity denounced by Baptiste Morisot, making that our link to the other living have been weakened, other species were disappearing, the answer of literature is to use the resources of the imagination, formal, of the innovation, technical innovation, how to tell a story instead of a tree, like Richard Powers is doing, how you tell a story from a point of view, for instance, of an animal, like many writers do, like zoo poetry. Those resources are there to contribute to increase our sensitivity and make us one element among others integrated into nature. It's an intricated human. Maybe the last degree of integration of the human being is also its intrication in the non-human, not conceived in the name of nature, but as you allude to it in your introduction, the non-human in the meaning of all the dispositive, all the flaws, all the AI. We are crisscrossed by the mechanic, by the new digital, and the world of today. Philosophers talk about flat ontology, a way how the objects of the real are de-hierarchized. It's a word that you have said, Maylis de Kerangal, this representation of the human being, putting him into a circulation with the flaws, the narration, the containers being moved, the flows of emails being moved around, these networks that are crossing our soils, and the expression of our identities that can be mutated in networks are done through the digital that is taking and making us aware of this humanity through an assembling, through imbrication in the narration of others. Who are we when we're on the social networks? We're the human beings intricated with the narrations of the others. So it's this sense of intrication that is the major determination of this human to come, this human in link. And Antonio Damasio explained it in his novels. The way we are permanently intricated is not without concerns, without worries, and one can wish or want to disappear, to be isolated from the world. It's a big trope of literature. Conversely to the dream of links, societies must leave rooms of hidden societies maybe in the world. And literature, I think, contributes as much as to enable us to think the link, as much as thinking about solutions and disruptions. And the paradox is that in order to face this humanity, intricated and transformed, we have to call on a very old practice going back to at the very beginning of the civilization and societies, which is the fiction and those resources. And it's on this paradox that we may get back, as you did, both of you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexandre Geffen. I leave the floor now for the last presentation of Alain Damasio, who is riding on the heights of imagination since the publication of his first novel, who was awarded the Prize of Imagination after the republishing of The Zone of the Outside, which is an anticipation novel inspired by Michel Foucault and published with his last novel, The Furtif. This invention and his typographical invention. He is in favor of education of a sensitivity to the living and is part of the collective Zanzibar, who thinks literature as places where to meet, to gather, to think, and start to get future out of its cell.
Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone. It's been fascinating listening to the two previous panelists, Alexandre and Maylis as well. And there are quite a few similarities with my presentation as well, and we can see that there are some connections with the way that we see ourselves in the relationship with the living. We are lucky enough to be living authors, contemporary authors, and we get to think about what the future of the human will look like. So I'd like to first focus on languages and the language of the future, and what kind of setup we could envisage for this language of the future. And then I think we should turn to the vision of the future as well, with some kind of centrality as well. So I have a written presentation, and I'm afraid it'll be quite difficult for the translators. I'll try not to speak too fast. We'll start with Proust, of course. In the work By Way of Sainte-Beuve, Proust mentions that the beautiful books are written in some kind of foreign language. Beneath each word, each of us has its own understanding, and at least they're an image, and it leads to some confusions, but in the beautiful books, all the confusions are beautiful. And I believe that if we are to envisage a language of the future, Proust is also defining the language of the future and its uses as well. The idea is to invent a minor use of a major language, minoring this language, just like in music, the idea is to sculpt this new language, and this is, of course, a real challenge. I've been writing for more than 30 years now, and I'm still trying to think how we could envisage a foreign language in my own language. So, of course, this is no easy feat. It requires to fight. It requires some. It requires to be aggressive towards the major language, so that you can dig into that language, trying to dig it up, to attack it. So, of course, we today are very much linked with the written. We have texts, we have algorithms. The moment we try to, we start typing some words, we see that the algorithms are giving us some different alternatives, and it's actually difficult to be creative because the application and the algorithms are offering already several options, and we cannot simply be creative. So we're no longer writing. We don't write anymore. We are paperless. We use artificial intelligence to write. Our brains are getting tired, and at the end, they just let things go. And we see that there's quite a strong tendency weighing on our language. Each word is limited to a logo. There's a prescription for the way that we should behave, the way we should think, and the way we should talk. A few words about COVID. COVID was a beautiful lab when it comes to management of fear, and I think that it has showed us how we could use this prescriptive language. So it's not about informing and having a debate, it's about printing some feelings, adopting uses, adopting a new grammar, and vaccination would be the end point of this process. Whereas I think that we should do exactly the opposite. We shouldn't be envisaging orders, but rather passwords. And to each door, we need to have a password to unlock the meaning behind the door. We need to open these doors to envisage an alternative way. I believe that no language can be innovative without a specific structure, and I think this is essential. We need to have this foreign language included into our own language. We need to have a grammar of equilibrium. I think no language will be convincing without disruption, without inventing new words, without insubordination. Languages are attacked everywhere, but they need to be reinvented. We need to work on punctuation, of course. We need to work on the shapes of the letters, which provides new graphics, and recreates a new language. We need to create this language, which is not perfect, but and of course, as a writer, I cannot even envisage writing the language of the future. But what we can do is that we can perhaps provide a language to our own scale. So what would this language look like? and how could we transfer it on paper? And this brings me back to what you mentioned, Maylis, and it's quite interesting indeed, because I believe that we have some clues that can be found in our relationship with the living. My own belief, and coming back to Proust, is that the language of the future must provide an outdoor to the language, and we're not looking for this outdoor in existing foreign languages, but we want to try to create plant-based languages or animal languages, so turning to the languages of the living. And amongst these vibrations and songs, we are trying to find a new rhythm, a new pace to this new language. If you look at spiders, spiders speak through vibrations, and they're extremely sensitive. They can even capture Wi-Fi waves, for example. And the idea would be to use this vibration to understand a meaning behind it. Birds communicate through movement and the way they fly. And the author also has to look for a new structure, a new phrasing, turning to the animal world to get the inspiration. The idea would be to understand these animal languages, to create bridges, and to quote Morisot as well, we need to write like a wolf, even though we will never be a wolf, but we need to create a sensitive bond with the wolf so that we can hunt like a wolf, we can identify its prey, we can also envisage to write like an insect, as Kafka did. It's not about working as a mime. It's not about simply writing just like someone else. No, it's about feeling the way an animal is perceiving the world and interpreting the world, the way it communicates with other species, with the beavers, for example. Beavers are fascinating, the way that they can communicate, they can understand the impact of the level of water. And how can we translate a feeling with the skin on top of the tongue? This is something that we need to be able to convey as a writer, using our own specific writing, our own specific language as we write onto the page. Are we simply using normal words or words of purity? So moving back to the spiders, how can we describe the way that they make up their webs? Or should we try to recreate similar syllables to the noise that they make? Should we try to reduce the number of phonemes to a minimum, just to recreate the flap of a fly on stuck on the web of the spider? What I'm trying to show here is that we can also perhaps use algorithms. Algorithms will only provide a saturated language. A structure that is provided by the algorithm has to include the nature of the human. We need to take position against these new technologies. We need to rely on the living. We need to rely on a daily basis. We need to organize our own resistance as well. All those inspired by languages need to rally to this cause. We need to rally to the language of animals and plants. And we need to make this new language a musical language. Again, looking for this outdoor provided to the language. I don't know whether I'm being too long or not. Perhaps I wanted to say a few words about sign language. About science fiction. So a few words about science fiction. So if I'm to say what is the impact of science fiction, well, science fiction does not reproduce the reality. It makes things real, and it makes the reality real. So what could have simply stayed past of technologies becomes an image or an architecture in the future. Science fiction creates a conditional tense of the future. The fight of imaginary worlds is not so much a fight between a desirable future and dystopia. It is alerting us against the worst-case scenario, against our feelings of remorse, preparing us for the worst, preparing us for social transformation. Of course, this front exists, it is real, and it was a personal battle for me as well, but I believe that today there is an even more fundamental front that we need to take into account that opposes the real, the reality, and the imaginary worlds, what is possible. We see the reality, the real world as a sumo, sumo being hit, blocking the horizon. It is impossible to go around it as it is so real. And facing it, we see activists and authors full of hope, and they're running against the sumo, trying to take it down, trying to go around it. All the while holding the possibilities of the imaginary world, tackling the reality again and again. And sometimes they manage to bring the sumo down. And science fiction can work as dynamite. So what is so unbearable in this reality that is being imposed to us is this real space, which is seen as the only possible way forward. And yet, science fiction can work as a miracle. We have this once in a billion probability that such new world might come true. And we're being presented with alternative worlds which come and feed our imagination. Creating sci-fi work requires this minimal dedication, and this is exactly what I'm trying to do, trying to offer various possible worlds and compare them to the real world. And the idea is for these possible worlds to weaken our perception of the real, world, which at first we thought could not be overcome. For these possible worlds to be to be considered, it requires extreme strength from the author. For the author to fight against this need of reassurance and security, and to go beyond this universal strength of inertia. So this is exactly what we are tackling when we're trying to write and envisage possible worlds in fictions. Literature can do a lot to help us. Literature has its own power, a power of conservation, of self-preservation, placing it on an equal footing with the real world, and we can lead the fight with science fiction and with literature. And again, I would like to come back to the role of memory, how literature can be used as a memory as well. Sometimes they can provide memories that are so intense that they will be competing against your own memories of the times that you have spent with your relatives. So this ability that literature has to stand on its own, as Deleuze said, is absolutely beautiful. And to quote Deleuze, art can help you preserve yourself, and this is exactly what we see here through work of art. The work of art is a being in itself, and everything that we do, especially in science fiction, is to create these blocks of imagination that stand on their own and that free their vital energy every time that you start reading them. And of course, it's a very high ambition that is very difficult to reach. And apologies if I was too long.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Alain. It was very, very dense, this representation. 1 billion questions arise. Obviously, we're going to start the Q&A session with you. If you wish to ask a question, you can ask it. General question, then we might get back to the points that have been raised. Alain Damasio, you said literature, the aim of literature is to offer possible to the real. And I'm talking to all three of you. What do you think about this Tigler who said the imagination is pharmakon, which means a poison and a remedy? Literature is freeing the minds, but is enclosing them also. Because the future remains something that is totally undetermined. And the narration of something very determined to the reader. And that takes me to another question. What's the place of the reader in this co-building, co-construction of the fictions of the human to come? Has the reader a place? Let's start with an answer. Yes, obviously, the imagination is a pharmakon. It's a very prescriptive and close to encompass the future. We see this on the Silicon Valley. The market is the future that they are framing, and they have a work of spiders of manufacturing a desirable future, which is not desirable for us, but they try to build this desire for the future. The metaverse, for instance, I spent a month in the Silicon Valley. What I've seen flabbergasted me. They are much more important than I was thinking. And you can see there that you have people who are considering that live a concept in the metaverse with your virtual helmet, being totally isolated, protected from all particle in your room and live it through an interconnection of the isolated people would be equivalent to what we experience in a true concert, with the people who spit, the pogo, and the people shouting, this kind of collective power that you may feel. For instance, this future where you make desirable a concert perceived with your helmet in the metaverse is a battle of the imaginations that we have to lead. We have to undertake. We have to see if yes or not this imagination is opening or closing a world. So what is the room of the reader? It's our job also. We have to implement as many opening imaginations as possible, enabling the reader to take a place in the narration, to implement his own pictures and visions. We are lucky enough to be writers, people who have give the possibility to give to the others the possibility of creating their own images. What we are experiencing today is a world where the image is a screen between us and the reality. It's not a screen between us and imagination, but we have today a creation of images that is pre-channeling the imagination. We are lucky enough to write, and through this magic of the words, little black scribbling on the page, it's, from a sensuous point of view, very poor. We can have people make the images they wish to build. And good literature, if we can talk about good literature, is the one who is not closing. It's the one who has the possibility to open all the time, to keep us open up and enabling the reader to circulate. I like, it's a Chinese poet said, a beautiful picture should be saturated enough, but to have enough air to see a horse galloping in it. So in this saturation, there are empty pockets enabling people to extend what they wish to see. The writer also is made of narrations that are imposed upon him. It's difficult to deconstruct oneself. Alexandre, Maylis, you wish to say something about what Alain just said? I'd like to get back to following what Alain said regarding the experience he had in April in the Silicon Valley. What I think concerning is, I discussed it, it's the standardization of the imagination. It's the idea that precisely the networks who are social, just because they have that name, the social networks, imaginations are manufactured by the Silicon Valley, the political and liberal environment of ours. What I feel is that we have a kind of standardization, uniformization. It's a central point in my work. It's something that is really important to me in my writing. It's precisely, I conceive writing as a place of a singularity, the place of the expression of singularity, enabling me to say, to relate this to what Alexandre said about Annie Ernaux. Literature is precisely the place where it can take time to specify, to singularize, to say that two things are not the same, conversely to the desire, standard desires, and the imagination of loans, the supermarket of imagination where you will take something out of off the shelf. And conversely, literature offers a place where it is possible to get away from standardization, which is the one of the desires, of the practices, and this uniformization, this smoothing of the representation of the world, which is everywhere the same, the way the architecture are smoothed. We can remember the text of Rem Koolhaaf about the center of the cities looking like airport malls, this smoothing. I think literature is a true force of resistance. It's a real counter possibility, because literature is the opposite. It's patience. You are away from the liberal time. I mean, the timing imposed by the liberalism, French definition of liberalism, by the channels of information, the news channels, from the social networks. And maybe it's one of the last places where this is possible, where it is possible to say that two things are different, that they are almost the same, but not exactly the same, but they are almost the same, but not exactly the same. The place of the detail, the place of the difference, and the force of Annie Ernaux is there when she writes about the years, she tells about her life, she writes a self-biography at the first person in plural. It's a way of immersing herself in the lives of all the women born in 1941, joining the other women. And at the same time, we see Annie Ernaux, through the work on the language, gives birth to what Alexander calls this constrained individual, this way of reacting, of being extremely close to her in her emotions, either the distance from the world, right to take a revenge on her race, her gender, and at the same time to be very close to her own, write about her family, her relatives. So she holds both sides, the common and her individuality. I think this is very strong, very, very tough, very good. She's not someone who perceived herself as a singular being. There wouldn't be anything else to say. She would be like an island, an isolate in her own individuality. But conversely so, she knows how to be in this intimacy and to suggest this trail, this path, this clue to the reader, because her path is suggesting that each and everyone should do the same. It's a suggestion she makes. Everyone can redo its own legacy and a track record. For me, the place of literature, maybe it's a faith that is utopian, but the work on language, inducing what is induced in any literary elaboration, and this elaboration of the foreign language that is so at the core of the thing. We may say that literature offers this kind of resistance. Oh, okay, we're going to all have a headset and think that it's very good to not to be present physically, but to experience it through this headset. We all be in agreement to like this kind of person, this kind of group thinking, simply by the fact that the narration is either by the first person singular or that someone will take the floor. In the fiction, like Alain Damasio said in what is not fiction, but since it was fiction, I started upon that. I think there is a resistance, there is a possibility to play against. And to play against literature is the space, or maybe one of the last spaces for that. What's important for us, I think it's the plurality of the imaginations. And I think this is very important, because if not, all the libraries will look alike, all the books, like what you said about video, movies, this kind of generalized mainstream, this smoothing of the arts and literature. This is what is coming up and could threaten us. To give a slight nuance to what you have just said, literature is producing individuals. It makes a difference. It's interesting. It's interested, conversely to history, it's interested into what's individual, not general. However, the paradox of Annie Ernaux is that to prove it, she produces identifications of the collective. Annie Ernaux, we owe to her to add to the identity of women, to converge to a kind of identification, projection in her own experience. And from that point of view, literature is against storytelling, but it produces also common. I was saying that precisely she was suggesting also a lot, Annie Ernaux. She's also a force of proposition. And everyone, by reading her, can pick it up for herself or oneself. She accuses the identity of the, she questions the identity of the reader. She questions the social history of the reader. That's what I meant. She holds both sides, the common and this thing that she successfully performed. She found, actually, she invented a way of telling her life. Sorry for nuancing a little bit what you're saying, but I'm not sure we can oppose in a Manichaean way the space of liberty that would be the last space that remains us facing a world of the social stereotype networks. Let's not underestimate the inventivity of the individuals and of the communities. The social networks are singular voice. It's the hacking of forms imposed by the general storytelling of the GAFAs. It's a kind of redeployment, it's internal revolutions, it's re-ownership. And we should, I would tend to reinscribe literature in the kind of continuity. Literature is the force of two great writers like you too, but also of amateurs trying to introduce literature in their own life, introduce an inventivity, something that will be a relation more authentic to the world, according to them. And from that point of view, there would not be a major art that would be opposed to the world. But I think that democracy is also a place where literature is being broadcast in a school of a kind of quest of oneself, which is not only the one of the writers. I totally agree, I concur, but especially in what about the people who are federating in the social networks, they are in themselves a counterpower. They can become places of resistance. I was talking about time frame, because what's important to me in the time frame of Facebook and the way the speed of the posts is appearing or are appearing, the way we react simultaneously. This, however, I think that literature is delayed. It's the delay. I disagree. I don't say that the text, the SMS is sent, messages sent are all this impure. No, I mean to say that literature is first and foremost a question of time. It's always a after. It's not simultaneous. There is a kind of elaboration of form, shaping, deferred. The social networks and those live simultaneous discussions, we are in a, you are obliged to answer right away. It's more speed than content. I was just putting some. No, it's a technique which is slower literature. It's well, we're alluding to the pharmakon of Plato. Plato was questioning the fact that reversing to writing is losing experience of the conversation, the experience of the discussion with the other. Each new technology gives something new, brings something new. And it's dehumanization also. I believe more in the fact that literature is a place where the reactivation of experience is possible. And this, its reactivation, hence another way of looking at it. Experience, when you experience it, is not the same thing as when you write it. When you write it, it is reactivated, resuscitated more powerfully. You'll experience it in a more powerful way when it's reactivated. That's what Deleuze used to say about the memories. I don't think that there is a distance between, a loss between the experience and its written form. Literature is a place where you remember. It's like a muscle. Writing is working on a memory muscle. It makes it, you have things you may access, experiences you may have access to simply because you're writing about them. This is what's said in the book of Philippe Lançon, Le Lambeau. It's because I'm writing this story that I accede to my own experience. And it's the case, we're talking about it, people are writing because they have access to their experience. This could be an answer of mine, but it's not for me a mean or a way of deriding the social networks. It's just questions. It's not about the contents, and it's not even about the languages. It's more on the practices. I think that writing, either fiction or not, is a moment, a time that needs to be slowing down. We have to get out from an imposed agenda. Get out from the capitalistic time, social time. In my practice, I feel it that way.
Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, good evening. Thank you very much for this great panel. You talked about this virtual show, concert. I'm not so much worried. I don't believe that much in I'm much more concerned about this overconsumption, but I see that more and more young people are actually resisting. They're looking for places of resistance. And we see that, for example, people are blocking the ring road around Paris to raise awareness. And as experts on imaginary worlds, I believe that these young people are looking for new imagination and a new imaginary world. So what would you say to them?
Alain Damasio?
Ouais, c'est une question, j'ai envie de te dire.
Well, this is a question that I'm actually asking myself on a daily basis. I'm lucky enough to have young readers, or at least much younger than I thought I would have, less than 30 years old, and they have this political sensitivity, and they're very much aware of political issues, and they're looking for a way out. They're looking for the exit sign. Now, I don't believe that we are here as pioneers or trailblazers. I believe that they should be the one finding these trails, and I believe that they are finding them. But if you look at all these resistance movements, we see that these movements are gaining speed, and these activists are very young. I know two of them that are very young, and it's very impressive to see how mature they are from a political perspective. And if we want to put an end to this absurd growth, then we need to start by debunking all these projects and dismantling all these projects that are only here to create more growth. And it's absolutely absurd. And it's great to see that they are bringing resistance. They are acting against. It's the same for the mega basins. We have these basins that are only here to provide water to major farmers. They're only here to represent this capitalist accumulation of water. And I believe that the youth understands that the issue of the future is also to understand who's going to have access to water. And I believe that they were pioneers in bringing attention to these mega basins and protesting against them. And that's something that I want to work on, of course. And because they're providing us with inspirations, they're the ones bringing us these new imaginary worlds. And in my work, I am trying to bring new ideas, revolutionary movements like I did for Les Furtifs, for example. We need to find ways to fight on the roofs of the city, for example, or if you are welcoming a migrant, for example, the only thing that you need to do first is to provide them with the opportunity to create a home and to defend personal space. So I'm trying to send these fictional hints which capture a desire for a romantic revolution. But from the feedback that I get, I see that these hints are finding their audience because we have young movements that are already active, and we need to encourage them in their combat, in their fight. And we need to provide them with imaginary worlds that are innovative, crazy. I think that's what we can do. But again, I don't believe that we are trailblazers. I think that we no longer believe in that image of the author guiding the people. I think that's not really how it works. But we're trying to find hints, and we're here to provide alternatives. But that's it. I mean, it's already something, but I think that's still quite limited. Maylis, Alexandre, would like to react, or should we move on to a different question? Different question? Okay. Good evening, and thank you so much to the three of you. My question follows suit to that first question, and I'm specifically talking to the two novelists, but also to the third speaker, of course. I understand what you mean when you talk about the literature and how it can bring non-standardized possible worlds. But do you think that this political idea of dismantling basic ideas. Isn't that the topic of your literature, or isn't that the topic of literature in general? Or do you think there is a dichotomy between the two that I'm creating, but that's not in your project, and I'm imposing on you? So what is the limit of what you can see within as the role of literature when it comes to political action? Thank you.
Bon,
I'll briefly take the floor, but I'm sure that Maylis will add something to this. I don't really see a conflict between the alternatives and the ability to create these outer worlds, these oases and third places. And that's what they're saying here amongst activist movements. You need to fight and live and fight. They need to fight for a world that they want to live in with a new form of agriculture, but they want to fight as well. They want to fight because they consider that we need to keep on occupying spaces, sabotaging projects, dismantling the existing order. And they need to do both at the same time, fight and live. And collectively, we created an experimental area in a rural area. We're trying to work with the activists, and to them, they want to live, but they always focus on dismantling, but they always keep it up with this aspect of creating. And it's difficult to maintain both at the same time, and I'm quite admirative of the people who've managed to do so. I'm more a positive person. I want to create, as Deleuze says. Deleuze is quite magnificent because we need to make things exist but not judge, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do in literature. And so when we're creating areas such as the one I was talking about, I'm not so much about the fight. I'm not so much about going against, because that's not part of my nature. But I'm very much admirative of activists and fighters who manage to maintain both aspects, fighting and living. What I wanted to say is that I believe that literature, what it can do, and what it is trying to do, what authors are trying to do, is to provide a representation their works, be them fictional or not, provides some kind of representation of the world, of the living, of societies. And what literature can do is work on this representation. I believe that some novels have been so major, so critical, that they allowed the reader to reposition themselves. When Alain talked about creating open imaginary worlds, this is the activist side of literature. The idea is for each reader to be their own creator of their own book. They can, literature can make sure that the power of the narrative remains in the hands of the reader. It's always about the human telling a story, but who gets to tell the story? Who has the power? Well, what's interesting, and here I'm very much aligned with what Alexandre was saying, with amateurs those who publish their stories online on social networks and who have conversations on social media, what they do is that they get hold of their story. They're the ones telling the story. They are narrators, and that's quite powerful. And that's the power of literature, the power of language, of writing. Certainly, you see this horizontal approach, and of course, it's not great literature, which is noble, and on the other hand, Alexandre says, calls the amateurs. It's not about placing them on a different level, but it's rather envisaging a more horizontal approach. I don't want to be forced by current events. I try to always position myself in an imaginary world that is not reacting to current events. I'm trying to work on a different freedom. Where I am being forced, however, is that I have to be particularly careful about the description of a power struggle, about a description of an operation or surgery where you see two people meeting in a construction site. As they're about to start working on the river. So we need to see how... I want to be able to focus on what a group is. What is a group of teenagers? Then I feel like I'm being forced because I need to be solely focused on this description, and I need to really use all the resources that I have to provide this description and to make these connections as well, because that's what's fantastic, I think, with literature, is that we can work on imagination, as Baudelaire mentioned. It's not so much about me providing my own original story with my plot twist and all that. No, when we're trying to imagine, we're trying to imagine relationships and bonds and links. We want to work on networks, and I believe that literature has a role to play in this endeavor. It's about commitment. It's not so much about committed literature, but it's about trying to see how we can bring up a cause based on how we're talking about the said cause, and how do we tackle the issues at stake. How do we position ourselves? What kind of narrative techniques do we want to use? This is what's interesting there. How are we going to tackle these issues? And that's where I feel very much committed. Thank you. Yes, go on.
Much for your thoughtful talking. I have a rather common then question, and few thoughts of your talking really touched me a lot. So I'm from Ukraine, and for us now, phrase "fiction allow people to survive" really works. Ukrainian children writer now created a movement with title "How to Talk with Children About War." And they are looking the best way of talking with children about this ugly situation. They started, this movement was born in 2014, actually, when Russia's war started against Ukraine, but especially now, during the last 8 months, this movie grow in a very, very high scale. Children writers writing text and publish book, make webinars with teachers, with parents, and explain the way how throughout narratives, how throughout book help to support children to keep moral condition, to keep mental health. So what you are talking about today really is very live situation now in Ukraine. Thank you.
So I don't know whether I've understood everything, but so you're saying that children get to write stories based on the situation that they are living. Is that what you said? I'm sorry, I didn't have a headset, so I couldn't hear interpretation.
Ukrainian writers, children writers, they are writing now the book and narratives for children. So this is about. But what I want to say is that really it is a way to survive. Really it is example when literature is a place for resistance. And Ukrainian writers are doing this now.
Thank you very much for this comment. And I think that's exactly what Alain Damasio was saying. This is exactly how literature is providing a different possibility to the reality, because we're faced with this tragic reality, and books, and especially those addressed to children, can provide a different version of the world, or rather another possibility, an alternative to the real life. And I think that's what you were saying earlier on, because we're providing an exit. We are providing with fiction a support. These books allow us to survive. And these alternatives, these other possibilities, writing in times of war, or either means a way to find a catalyzer for violence, or a way out. And that's exactly what we're trying. The idea is to be a force of action, to provide a narrative. And providing a narrative means also turning to the living, looking at the living. It's perhaps providing an alternative to the morbidity of the situation. And it's about providing a different possibility to the reality. And I think that faced with such atrocious events and this horrible war, the fact that we are going through this narrative, that we are using the language, fiction, and narrative to get hold of these events and to rephrase them and to adapt them for children, of course, because to children sometimes it's just so absurd that they just simply don't have the time or the ability to understand. And so through language we can convey it differently. And of course it is also a political combat. Who gets to provide this narrative. Of course, we don't want this narrative power to be solely in between the hands of the Russian power. We want to make sure that other people also have this power and to adapt it to children if needs be. I think that this is absolutely essential. I was quite struck in France at a different level, of course, when it came to the situation in Notre-Dame-des-Landes, for example. It was quite striking to see how they managed to get power over their own narrative. The activists there decided to talk about their own narrative. They're the ones telling us their own story. They decided that it was up to them to tell their story. And the fact that they used the narrative to do so, it changes absolutely everything. And if you look at the mega basins, before destroying a basin was seen as something that was negative and something that is reprehensible. But today, through their narrative, we see that this is absolutely not the case, that what they're doing is on the contrary, very positive, because they're doing it for a specific reason. So I think, yes, you're right, this is absolutely precious. So to talk about the reality, I think I would also like to mention the virtual world. Let's talk about the fictions of the human to come.
We are in the world where the borders between virtual and real are more and more fuzzy. How could today's fiction make it so that the reader would see the fluctuation of the notions of what is real? Well, literature has always questioned our degree of reality. The Baroque reality asked whether we were in a dream, whether someone was dreaming us, in a sleep or alive, and this relation to fiction, which is a kind of virtuality. Get into a virtuality is to inhabit a possible world during the time when you're immersed in the narration. Consider that such and such character has an existence, an identity, a color of hair. Or literature is a powerful tool of interrogation of our perception of reality and of the borders that the social epistemology puts between what is proven, realized, what is a lie, and fiction. Fiction covers many different things. It's at the same time a lie. You take about the fiction when you say, oh, you told us a fiction, told story, right? What Donald Trump tells are fictions, but it's also an elaboration, a mental construction. And from that point of view, the capacity of the universe created by the writers is always to circulate between the space of more real than real and of the totally lie, of the assumption, hypothesis, questioning all the time what is really an assumption, what enables to stabilize this assumption. Am I really myself when I write, or am I the product of my writing? Literature is part and parcel of this work. This is why it's not amazing that it talks about the virtual worlds, and it's playing with the virtual worlds and experiencing many things. And Alain Damasio, you do it so well. Maybe we have time for one last question. Yes? It's a question for Alain Damasio. Until now, you didn't talk about your work. What I wish to know, the characters you are creating, are they close to the human to come? Can fiction be close to the reality we imagine, or is it a projection? I hope so. I hope that the characters I'm implementing in the Furtif, which is a future in 20 years from now, can embody what will happen in a positive way, according to me, in the struggle and trying to exit this capitalism within which we are. Getting back to what Alexander said in his speech, to say that the challenge remains the link, the relation, the knitting of those relations. I'm trying to implement each and every time in my books a collective. Sometimes it's a pack, sometimes it's a collective, to articulate in a polyphony those characters, because they make a collective that is doing, moving forward. If there's a future, wishful future, I think neoliberalism is a general attack on the links. It's a general attack against our links to the cosmos, to reality, to the living, to the others, to ourselves, the way we build our links through the digital today. This general attack against the links, we have to try to counter it by waving those links. And I'm a waver, deeply articulating characters one to the other. Yes, I hope. I'm rather classical about the creation of heroes, of the characters. I want to make them models, role models, not anti-heroes. I'm working on the idea that my characters should embody the values I wish to support. It's very classical, very trivial, but I do believe in that, yes. You talk a lot about re-knitting links with the living. I like this metaphor. It's the metaphor for writing. Isn't there a limit to this biocentrism? Because re-waving links with the living, yes, okay, but human being remains a social, political being, creating laws, rules. How can this re-waving of links with the living can be a part of the existence of the technique with what you call the natural-born cyborg? How can we articulate that? There's no limit to this re-weaving of the links? No, because we're very far from a capacity of weaving that would be... I have the feeling that the human being that is wished is the one able of as many affects as possible. It's like a wide range of affects that would define a kind of humanity or an intensity of vitality. The more you are able to receive, to welcome, to be touched, to be moved to forms of living, forms of technique, form of relation, the more you are human being deserving this status. And getting back to what Maylis said, what she said about the rightfulness, the deepness of the description, the depth of the description, describe the real with an ultra-precision. I think it's deeply political. It's a capacity to give back to the living beings, human or non-human. This is why we say non-human, to give them a way of value, of exactitude, of honor, because we paid a tremendous attention, and this is the strength of major writers like Maylis, about this real, and we're not in the fiction there. And you said something marvelous. The detail, what we call the detail, is the contact point between the knowledge and imagination. That's fantastically right. You're going to describe incredible details in the surf, in Réparer les Vivants, when they're in their van, the smell, the chaos, and the plank, this fatigue, when they'll try to surf while they're exhausted. It's not a good idea to do it at dawn. With such a precision, such an intensity, that suddenly we pay honor, we pay homage, gratitude to those surfers, to this world, to what they embody. It's highly political. It's the first political action we may have. pay homage to people we don't talk about. They are ill described, and this singularity, this rightness is fantastic. I write a lot of fiction, but I like this other part. Yes, I wanted to talk because I feel it's the end. About Francis Ponge, a poet, on the renewal of the imagination, on the fact of having a cohabitation, living together in the same book, a soap, a pebble, a door, a bin. It's also to give back a poetic dignity to things of the daily life. This is why I was thinking about him, in the meaning that working on the same level, the pebble, and I mean many things. It's called things. Giving them back a literary dignity, describing them, being interested in them in such an intensive way, giving them relations, giving them almost feelings, making them a people, the people of things. Because for me, he's an example. It's not stories, tales, but it's like a parcel with a short narration. Well, one very last question. Yes, thank you for this conference. Just one question regarding the gratuity of the imagination. If the imagination is political and have to be democratized to deliver a message, should imagination be free, or should we make it as accessible from a financial point of view as possible? Can you say a word about that? Free imagination, accessible, extraordinarily inhabited by young generations. Fan fictions, those collaborative spaces of writing. You have all the freedom of imagination and of freedom, which is alternative to the literature, and answering your appetite for those imaginational words which are not merchant. Yes, it involves a lot of things, your question. You have to be aware that a lot of the fan fiction areas are imaginations which are paid for by majors, and that they are led as things or presented as free things. Never forget that the majors, GAFAM, made a fortune on the illusion of being for free. Yeah, Facebook is for free. Oh, yeah, Facebook is for free. But in fact, you are selling your traces, the memory of what you did on the network, and you don't even know it. You are being sold available brain time, and all this is being presented as being free. I'm always worried about that. But why? You are a committed writer. Wasn't it free? It's not free because it's a tremendous work to release books like that. It's 15 years between the first note and the last printed word. It's a full time of elaboration, as Maylis said it very well, between reactivity on the networks, this kind of I react to a tweet and another tweet, this impulsion, and the elaboration of the book. There is a time, there is an immersion, there is the word of Antonin Artaud, being an athlete to be able to release that. And this work has a value. 3 years to write Le Furtif is offset by the fact that it's being sold, because I have to live, I have to eat, right? you artists, everything should be free, everything should be open. No. If it's free, so you're the product, and you're the target, right? And the producer, I mean, that you are the producer of the added value that those companies will exploit to make billions. If it's free, there's always a question to be asked. What is free? It's suspect, from my point of view. No? So it's high time to close the discussion, to conclude. What we may say is that the human to come is a human that should be keep moving. Deleuze was quoted a lot. Alexandre, you talked about the dynamic human, a human that should remain moving together with the movement of the world in its relation to the others. I think this is on this thought that we have to conclude. Thank you for your attention. I invite you to go on listening to this symposium that is taking place tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And for lucky ones, go and see the Corporis Fabrica, the movie that will be shown at the UNESCO this evening. Nice day of philosophy to all of you.